Hello, everyone. I'll say the stream is a little later than perhaps usually would be, by about an hour. Stuff happened before the stream. Also, I'll say like some of this stuff is gonna be a little hot. I'm not sure like if the audio is at the level it should be for this game. Y'all let me know if everything sounds good. I say the music stopped playing, so I can't really judge against it now. Okay, there it goes. Let's see. Yeah, that sounds fine to me. My audio test anyway. How's everyone doing? It's Thursday. Um and here's the plan for tonight. I'll say the plan for tonight, and I'll talk about like, some other stuff, and then we'll get going. So I've been playing Diablo 4, 4. Yes, Diablo 4, that's the name of this game. And thought it'd be fun this Thursday Variety Night stream, to do a bit of a top-down themed night. Do like a little bit of Diablo 4. Kind of mindless game, but I don't know, should be fun. Show off some builds, talk about like what stuff we've been liking, that sort of thing. And I'll, show you each of my characters. Here's the first thing we'll do. First, I'll show off the characters. Then, I have played, like... I'll show off what I've done with these 5 characters so far. Drew the Druid, Roe the Rogue, Mance the Necromancer, Ciri the Sorcerer, and Barb the Barbarian. I'll show off each of those 5, and I'll say, I think Drew and Roe are the ones and Barb are the ones I'm most interested in. I think I'm gonna stop like progressing Mance and Ciri. I'm just not really that big into their movesets, which kind of a shame, isn't it? But these 3 I like very much: Barb, Roe, and Drew. And my plan is to do some stuff with Barb. Drew and Roe both unlocked like a major main mission of some sort at 15 that had to do with their mastery or class specialization thing. And I'm wondering if the Barbarian will have something like that, though Barbarians start with class specialization, so I don't know what that means. So, my thought for tonight is that after I show off, like, each of these characters in turn, we'll spend a bunch of time with Barbarian, getting it through that level 15 point, and yeah, I imagine we'll also talk a ton about that Nintendo Direct the other day, because holy shit, they announced some stuff. As well as some anime that's been finishing. I've finished like... It's the end of the anime season right now, and like 4 or 5 shows ended since the last stream on Monday. So I'll tell you about what I thought of each of them in turn at some point tonight, while I'm, running around and hitting stuff. Oh, and by the way, I'm using a controller. This is the Xbox version. Which is great, because we don't have to worry about any performance stuff or any other such issues. We can just relax and play the game and not worry so much. Before we get into it, let me first pull a couple cards. First off, I got a bit sunburned. Went on a medium-sized walk yesterday, or like on... Was it yesterday? Jeez. It was either yesterday or Tuesday. I guess it was yesterday. Shit. Time flies. But got a little burnt out there. I'm not sure if you could see it on screen, but yeah, just a big old burn on the back of my neck, like going around the front on one side. And it's also possible my forehead is maybe a little burnt. It's hard to tell with my face. It's always usually pretty flushed, so what's the difference between that and a burn? Hard to say, but definitely a burn on the shoulders, which I guess I should be more careful. I should apply some sunscreen when going out for a walk. It just seems weird to apply sunscreen for something as mundane as a walk. A theme park, yeah, sure. A water park, yeah. Going to a beach, oh yeah. But like, just going for a fucking walk, that you do that every day. or if I had time every day, I would do that. You know, it's more of an everyday thing rather than I don't literally do it every day, but it's doesn't seem like the sort of thing you would need to put on sunblock for, but I guess that would be prudent, you know, prevent myself from getting any more sunburns before going on a trip, you know, going to Silver Dollar City in a few weeks, and don't want to be sunburned for that. Jesus, that'd be bad. It's fucking hot out there, though, huh? Miserable. I wish it was not so hot. Maybe I should stick to shorter walks, since it's going to be fucking 100 degrees out there. And, that's just miserable. Jesus. And like, horribly, excessively hot. People have been talking about it's excessively hot out there. Terrible. Nearly canceled this stream. Had some issues in the morning. Wasn't feeling all that well, but ordered some medication from Amazon, and it arrived like middle of the day, and took a couple of those, and I've been feeling mostly good since then. And such that I decided, you know, go ahead and do the stream. Though things ended up getting a little bit delayed. That's not related to that, but I will say I might need to take more breaks than I usually do. Oftentimes, I'm able to get through like even a 10-hour stream without any breaks. I don't think that'll be the case for tonight. If we go that long, which again, I'll say we're not going to go that long. I will say that, but yeah, there might be some breaks in there. Just hopefully they'll be short. You know, sometimes you can't help. You can't help that sort of thing. And oh god, I had a terrible morning as far as like just, you know, I don't want to get too blue, but you know, being unable to like leave a certain room in my apartment. I think you know the room. And in particular, just being like, no, I can't go that far. I'm worried about like you know, worried about like, oh my god, oh, I've been in here all fucking, oh no, that sort of thing. I'm not gonna get more specific than that, but we'll see. Did some rewiring just before starting. So I ordered some extra wire to address a problem. Last time, during their Hat in Time stream, the way that I had like the wires set up occasionally caused my microphone to get disconnected for a second. And then it would only get disconnected for like a fraction of a second. But after it got reconnected, it took like 10-15 seconds to reboot back up. So the end effect was like me being cutting out for like 10-15 seconds, and I think it worked better after like unplugging and replugging everything in, but honestly I can't have that, and I was hearing like disconnect noises every now and again anyhow. So given that, I decided to go ahead and reroute everything. I bought a second 30 foot? That can't be right. 30 I guess it is 30 feet. I bought a second 30-foot USB cable to like wind around my living room to make it so that the stream deck could be plugged in separately from the microphone without crossing like any pathway, you know, between my computer and my desk, my computer and my couch. Which, to be fair, you know, they're not that far apart linearly, but I don't want them to cross the open floor. They got to go around the perimeter, you know, and that means it goes long. And I'll say, like, so far this new dealie is working. This is one of the reasons the stream was late, by the way, because I realized I had this on the mailbox, and I said, oh, I want to set that up before the stream, so it was around 7:30 when I realized that, so, you know, that took like a half hour, plus some other stuff. Took a little longer. Anyway, I'm happy with it right now. I'll say, like, having two 30-foot wires wound around the entire room isn't entirely optimal. You know, I'd rather have just the one, but I couldn't get it working with just the one properly without some major issues, so you know, this is probably the best I can get, you know. Anyway, one of the last things here. Jeez, a lot of them. A lot of up stuff. Got mutes for my loop earplugs. Mentioned these the other day. Mentioned I was getting some. Basically, they're like little tiny earplug things that you put in, and they're not like disposable or anything. You keep on using them. Just hey, let me just zoom in a bit. Oh, this is as zoomed as it's good. Okay, so here they are, and basically it's like a little insert for like the loop part of the loop. And I don't know if it actually like has. They're called loop mutes. I don't know if it actually like takes down the like sound rating of these ones because they're already quiet. But I tried them on, you know, with the things in them before the stream, and it sounded pretty fucking quiet. Like apparently there's some sort of bass outside being well annoying, and I just stick these things in and fucking can't hear fucking any of it, which is. Feels really fucking nice to just be able to like, oh, something's irritating me, just pop them in. The other thing that's nice about these like mute things is they come in different colors as the main one, and it turns out that purple is kind of hard to see on a brown table or a black, like a black end table. So I was having troubles where it's like, oh, it's really hard to see these just solid purple things. So putting in some light blue inserts, I think it's going to make it a lot more visible, and I'm happy to have gotten that together. The camera might be a little off tonight. I ended up bumping the preview monitor a little bit. Hopefully it'll be fine. Yeah, okay, hang on one second. I'll just adjust this real fast. Oh, hang on. It adjusts itself. That looks fine. Whatever. Preview. The camera is weird to adjust sometimes. Anyway, that's up with that. Last thing, a prep. Is there any way to make a Stars and Stripes stream work? I was trying to think like, so Stars and Stripes, that's the American flag thing, right? I was trying to think like, oh yeah, for July 4th, I have that day off, as do most people. And I was trying to think of how to do a themed stream around that. And last year I did a red, white, and blue theme stream based around like a red game, a blue game, and a white game. It was like Scarlet Nexus, Neon White, and Mega Man Battle Network 3 blue. And this year I'm thinking like Stars and Stripes. For Stars, that'd be like Star Wars or Star Fox or something. But for Stripes, I don't know what you could do. I kind of drawn a blank there. Maybe the only thing I can think for Stripes is like the movie Stripes, which for one, it's already Stars and Stripes there. Like that's what the title is alluding to. And also I don't know that it's on Amazon, and I don't know that I really want to watch that movie because I don't think it's that good. That would not maybe be a great watch party. So I'm trying to think like what exactly would constitute Stripes. I don't know. Go figure. Let's get into the first into this stream here tonight. Stay hydrated. All right. This microphone as high as it normally is? Whatever. Probably. Anyway, here's what I think. Let's just go through them in the order that I first played them, and I'll talk to how I've been building them, you know, what I've tried and what I think, and then, you know, we'll just go through the roster until we get to the Barbarian, who we're gonna spend more time with. We're gonna do like a whole bunch of, through this first segment, I guess, you know, I'll say that there was a huge Nintendo Direct that I'm just itching to discuss. But let's for this first part just focus on talking through each of these guys' kits that I've been building up, and then you know, go from there. It's kind of weird that you always start back in town. I have had cases where I tried to like save and quit in the middle of a dungeon and just, yeah, boot you out, huh?
I cannot do that here.
Yeah, I'm holding the right trigger a little bit. That's why she's saying that. So this is the first character I started, Drew. Drew is a druid. She's a lady. She's pretty cool. She has this wind thing that goes through enemies, and I think it's kind of fun gameplay-wise to, like, try to line it up. You know? Okay, hang on. The audio is clearly too high here. Let me back off and adjust it. How about that? About half as loud. These sound effects are pushing it. These sound effects are probably the hurrahs and stuff. Too loud for it. Let's adjust further. The music is fine. It's the sound effects that are pushing it. Okay, how about that? I'm just gonna give it two more, yeah. I'm going to just play the microphone test. Yeah, I think we're good here. You know what? A little more. Just go to an even -20. Feels like a lot, honestly, but, you know, this game, I guess, the sound effects are so much louder than the music. Go figure. I'm wondering if I should crank it down even more. So, let me explain what this character does and how I have her built. So basically the main basic attack is this this wind thing. Goes through enemies, and I think it's interesting to like line that up repeatedly. Try to hit multiple at once. She gets a speed boost if she does so. And that's pretty cool. And I have this big stomp. I also have Wolf Howl that gives her like health. That gives her health as she like you know,
I'm not ready yet.
a way to get health other than like potions, right? Which is pretty handy, you know, helps her get through fights. I just equipped this lightning. I don't know if I really like it, but it does synergize with some stuff that I just equipped as far as specialization goes. Basically, with specialization, there's like with specialization, there was like several guys that I could pray to get stuff, and I said like, and this one, the snake, only let you do it all at once and didn't tell you what it would give you. So I said, okay, let's go with that. And I did that and found out like, oh, I actually don't know about any of these actually. Like, none of these sound like very good to me. I don't know that I use that much nature magic. Down of ultimate. I don't have an ultimate skill, is the thing. I don't think I have an ultimate skill, so that's out. Shape-shifting, I don't really use shape-shifting attacks that often, other than my X, so that's not really all that useful. I guess maybe I should. Maybe I should try that one out. I'm currently running with this one, which causes my next Earth skill to overpower. I'm using the boulder for that right now, which I got. I think I got the boulder for, I forget, did I invest anything in the boulder? No, I got the boulder for free as part of my loadouts, and the same with lightning. I haven't invested anything into the lightning. It just comes free as part of the equipment that I have. So I'm just trying out the lightning basically right now, which, yeah, fuck the lightning. Let's do something else. What should I equip? Poison Creeper. I'm not rolling with any of these, but I did really like. I thought the Raven was okay. I just didn't know what it was doing as far as like attacking guys went. Seemed a little bit weak. let's find a point and put it back into that. I'm going to take a rank of this and use it to get the crow. Another rank. Get this and just go ahead. Yeah, I'm thinking like I like the crow. More AoEs is the direction I want to go in. I know I said I would just show them off, but I can't resist to starting to tweak stuff. Which is a problem with me in this game because, like, this game is very much like, no, you should probably just have something in mind from the start and work towards that. Whereas I would like to just try out stuff and tinker around and figure out what's good. You know, that's more fun to me. But at any rate, at this point in the game, it's not that expensive to, like, really change things around, and what the fuck else am I going to use money for? I don't buy equipment. What the hell? This game is about finding equipment. Doesn't make sense. I want this one, I think. That sounds good. More vulnerable. I'm not really, like, I mean, I don't even know, like, one raven. You know what? Let's try out this one. Fuck it. Let's try out that one for a bit. Which, again, won't be this time, but you know what I mean. Eventually. I've been running with the Hurricane. That's been a fun AoE. Let me put this on, where am I putting this? Hurricane. Put this on right trigger. And what should I put onto RB? I don't really want the lightning. And let's try. Should I get another shapeshift ability? I didn't really like rabies. That didn't feel very fun. You know what? We'll put. I'll put trample onto the slot. Put trample into there. Okay, so that's fun. Can dodge around, shoot out the wind. Big crush. Big crush will heal. Makes one AoE, makes another AoE. And as she kills, she gets like her cooldown reduced on the wolf howl. So more wolf howls that give more spirits and more other such things. Okay, that's what I'm rolling with for the druid. Fun character. What the fuck? Well, that's another player named Killer Zone. What that meant. How is the volume, by the way? Is it like... Honestly, it looks a little bit loud to me. Just, you know, I'm gonna tap it down just a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit more. Be on the safe side here. And I have a bunch of equipment. I don't really think that much about it. Oh, I put in, see, this was a bit of a goof on my part. I got my first thing that had a socket in it, and I put in, barrier generation. I thought, like, oh, I'd like a barrier, like Halo. And then I realized, like, oh, that's for your moves that already do barrier. I don't have any of those, so that does nothing for me. I want to put in this cool skull. But I need to unlock a guy to take it out for me, so, you know, I'll do that eventually. I don't really think that much about the moves that I get. I just usually like to, or the equipment that I get. I just look at the number, and that's good enough for me. The DPS, first and foremost, but if it's something, if it does look like it's something that I can't judge strictly off DPS, I'll look at the cost, because I figure the cost probably also is a good, like, you know, heuristic for like value. I mean, literally, that's what it is. It's the value of an item. Alright, let's just go to the next one. Again, we're just gonna roll through them real fast. Bro. So with the rogue, rogue is the rogue. You see, oh, this is a different place to start as the other one was. With the rogue, and I'll say like druid, I had to walk all the way here to do like her quest, but with rogue, her quest was like over here, her specialization quest, so I didn't have to go all that far, which kind of felt like a shame. You know, I feel like that's part of the fun of this game is like venturing out into places you haven't been. So the fact that Ro hasn't left like Iceland all that much is kind of a shame. Anyway, let me go out and show off a little bit of what she's gets up to. Why did I not get that waypoint when I was in? That's the town, right? The town that you did the side. I went over here and did this whole thing. I've done the Darkened Way with all 5 of my characters. And then I think after I did that, I did the Darkened Way and I did this dungeon here, the Forbidden City. And then I realized, like, oh wait, there's not just 2 dungeons. You know, I kind of framed those as like the first 2. Maybe it wasn't the Darkened Way. It was kind of confused because I don't see him. The main mission. Actually, this one is a main mission. No, wait, that's not it. Oh, wait. Speak, Reverend.
I need more time.
By the way, I don't give a fuck about the story. I've not been listening to it. I started skipping it, like, right after I made my second character. And then I realized, like, oh, I like to skip it because I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but, like, Diablo is such a turn-your-brain-off kind of game for me that it's not really worth my time to think about, like, oh, what's up with this world? Who's being killed, what?
Angels above, you've returned. The Reverend Mother.
Okay. Huh. So I did do the thing, but I don't see it on the map. I guess because it's not it wasn't a dungeon. It was a dungeon, though. Maybe it wasn't... Was it not a dungeon? Oh, no, yeah, that's the Darkened Way. I would recognize... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this was the one where you go down and there's the girl who's like, my mother is the mother that is summoning demons. Oh no, and you have to kill her or something. Pretty sure that was what this dungeon's deal was, and I did that 3 times, or with every character. And I also did Forbidden City with every character, which I realize now is just one of many dungeons that I could do or could not do based on, like, you know, I guess the reward. I haven't really figured out, like, what's going on with these aspects, how you equip those or do stuff with those. I'm not thinking about it yet. I'm sure it'll make sense eventually. Okay, let's just wander off in this direction with the rogue. And I'll show you her kit and how I'm building her. So, her deal. I went with the throwing daggers. I thought that was fun. Sort of has like a... I was sort of looking for something a little more melee-y, but I ended up really liking the feel of just throwing daggers, and you know, it has like a medium range, and also with this like what do you call these things? The imbuements? Is that what they're called? Are they all imbuements? No. Whatever these things are, the thing that these ones do, the fundamental puncture. It throws 3 blades in a like Fan of Knives style arrangement, and if you get close enough where 2 of them hit, it gets the enemy gets like a vulnerable, which I think feels really good, and makes it so that you're constantly, you're despite being a ranged attack, you're sort of encouraged to use it in a very like in a very melee way. You know, it almost approximates a melee weapon. I'm gonna just a bit further. Be on the safe side here. I also have this thing that like makes fires 5 arrows in a row. You know, sort of like a ranged attack that does a bunch of damage all in the same place. Seems like a good complement to my Fan of Knives. Can be used from up close or from far away, just based on the situation. Also good against crowds. And also with my left trigger ability, I can poison it and make it so that, well, not poison, but make it so that I apply like an explosion effect to whoever I hit with it. Other than that, I also have like a dash thing that makes a freezy bit, and I also have a stun on my RB, so I can put down a freezy AoE thing, jump back, and then stun them all so that they stay in it long enough to actually get frozen. I think that's a pretty good kit. That's the most fun I found. Most fun way to play this character that I've found so far.
I'm not ready yet.
Again, I don't know what's meta. I don't know what the people are saying is best. I'm just having fun, you know, working out my own things. This character, the trick with her is that sustain is hard. So I don't know, like, if there's anything I can do to manage, you know, to stay alive and not die. But I don't know. I manage. I seem to be managing so far. Just, you know, using potions now and again, and other such things.
I need more time.
I heard. I was kind of wondering, like, hey, when do you get like a mount? And apparently the answer is like Act 3. And it's like, I don't even know. Man, I don't even know like how long an act is, let alone, you know, how long I can expect to be in one act. I mean, this game is kind of open worldy, right? So what is the significance of an Act 1, Act 2 if you're not literally going to like a new biome in each act, you know? I suppose also everything is just like scaled up to your level, so it's not really like a matter of whatever, that guy running by. So it's not even a matter of like finding the right
I'm not ready yet.
you know, going to another act, it's going to be tougher, etc. Doesn't really make that much of a difference. I'm going to beeline to the next town real quick, get a new waypoint. But I think that about covers where I'm at with her. And I'm pretty far away from unlocking anything new with her, so you know, it's not like we could level up and get anything particularly interesting. I think all I can do right now is get a upgrade for my imbuement, which, you know, I guess I would get to choose between A or B, you know. But, let me see. What's good, A or B? Let's see. Enemies affected by Shadow Imbuement take increased physical damage. Primary Explosion adds a vulnerable. I already have vulnerable.
I need more time.
My main attack already does vulnerable. I don't need more vulnerable.
State your business.
Reverend Mother Prava expects me.
Open the gates.
Okay, cool. I guess there'll be stuff like that where, you know, you'll go to a place and you'll, you know, if you haven't done a certain quest, you won't be able to get in because they'll say like, hey, what's up? You're not supposed to be here. Where's the warp point? Is there no warp point?
You were a good soldier.
I was expecting a warp point here so I could get back at any time. God damn it. Well, it looks like there's stuff here, so
Brave of you to come back.
why would not there be a warp point? A waypoint, you know?
Hold. She's expecting us.
Open the door, let's go. I should at least get this quest before I leave.
The forces we lost at the mine. So,
Before we go on to the next character, but I guess that's all I have to say about
Vigo here tells me
Ro.
First,
Right.
May as well make myself useful. Come by the ruins, south of here.
I guess there's just no checkpoint here. No town. I don't know where the town is then. So, whatever. Wait a minute. Oh, is there a town right there? No, it's a shrine. Okay. Whatever. I mean, there could be a town. You know what? Let's just see if there's a town in that blank spot on the map. Just so I'm not losing any progress or anything. Just to be 100% safe.
Not ready yet.
I'll say again, I think that the rogue is the rogue, the druid, and the barbarian are the three that I'm most interested in. And for the rogue, the big part of that is like the fact that her main move is like splits the difference between a melee attack and a ranged attack, you know. Basically, she functions as far as like how I've been trying to build her as somewhat of an in-person, up-close assailant, while also being able to function just perfectly good at medium range.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, that's not a town.
There's a shrine, western.
That looks like a hole. Looks like a hole. I don't think that's a main quest. I think that's just a whole optional thing. Okay, let's get on to next one. And these, why does it do the countdown? It doesn't make sense to me. Just because I wasn't in a safe zone, I guess. I'll play a little bit of Mats and a little bit of Siri. Not really feeling those classes, though. I feel like most everything I've tried on them has been a little too similar to other things, or that I've done, and things that I've landed on just doesn't do it for me as much as you know, as much as alternatives. By the way, is upper left-hand corner perfectly good for me to be in? So far, I don't see any gameplay things in that. But also, I haven't been, like, playing full attention here. So I do the blood rend with the Necromancer. So he, like, he just sort of, like, pulls blood away from enemies, and this also makes, like, a healing orb that lets him be at, like, full health pretty often. So you see there's, like, those are corpses, so hit Y, make a skeleton guy. I'm not really sold on, like, the skeleton. I'm honestly not really sold on the dudes that I can summon. So far, I only have, like, 4 of them, and that doesn't seem very fun. You know, that's not much of a horde if you can only summon 4, and then you just sort of top out. You know? Like, it's probably good for balance purposes, but I don't know. I feel like even in, like, Heroes of the Storm, you could do more than 4. And that was, like, balanced for, like, you know, multiplayer purposes. And maybe if you get more things, that'll be That'll be better. Let me say what other things I have on my kit right now. Okay, so other than the hemorrhage, I also have the bone spear, which pierces enemies and then breaks into shards on the end. Sounded cool, but wait, does it have to hit an enemy to break? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The way that it breaks isn't like super. Isn't like what I would want. I kind of want it to be like more like Greymane from Heroes of the Storm, where it's like a projectile that breaks into a cone when it hits an enemy. That's cool. This whole thing where it goes through enemies and like comes back at like in a reverse cone. I've not run into situations where that's like particularly useful, you know. I also have I have Corpse Explosion, which makes corpse explodes. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Just makes every corpse into a possible bomb. So I guess when you don't have any more, can't summon any more guys, instead you just like, you know, make them explode into a big AoE field, which is pretty cool. What's this one? Decrepify. Curse the area. Enemies affected by Decrepified are slowed. And deal less damage. I just don't have the feel for when to use this one. Like, should I use it like before? Should I just like be mashing that down like every, like practically on cooldown? Looks like it doesn't have a cooldown really. It's just more of a cost thing. I don't really understand when you're supposed to use that, or when it's a good idea, when it's not a good idea, and I feel like I don't really know it's that useful to begin with. But it was the best. I think it was the one on this field that I like on this tier that I liked the most. Which, well, I guess there's only two of them is the thing. Iron Maiden. They take damage when they deal damage to me. I don't really want to be like taking that much damage, so I don't know why I would do that. Is it wait, is it passive? It's not passive, right? I have like to manually activate it when they come and attack me. Yeah. So I have to curse them before they're attacking me. Why would I not just simply not get attacked? I don't know. Let me see what this does. Enemy hit with Decrepify have up to a 10% chance to be affected. Stunned for 2 seconds. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Put that on. That sounds good. Anyway, that's the Necromancer. I'm not like super impressed. I'm not like super impressed with this class yet, so you know what, let me just warp back and then I'll quit. That'll be faster. Maybe I'm just playing a bad set of moves. I'm not sure. Wait, I already have one more point. Oh, crap. Enemies hit while afflicted with Decrepify have a 15% chance to reduce your active cooldowns by 1 second. I haven't really felt like cooldowns are that like impactful for this guy. I don't know that I have anything that has a cooldown of any note. Whenever you or your minions hit an enemy afflicted by Decrepify before 10%, they are instantly killed. I guess that one, even though 10%, they might as well already be dead. You know, that doesn't seem that useful, honestly. If we have attacks that do less than 10% of an enemy's attacks, that'd be news to me. Okay, let's go and see the last of the non-barbarians. The last one before we actually, like, get real and actually, you know, aim to do a thing. Which is the Sorcerer. With the Sorcerer, I really like the feel of the lightning. I will say, I also like the feel of the one that was like melee lightning. You know, sort of like an up-close spell. And I thought it was really interesting to be like, ooh, what if my Sorcerer was one of my melee
While I'm in
classes.
town.
A little bit of lag there. But I like this one. I kind of like how when it hits, it just sort of tick, 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 ticks the enemy down like really quickly. Like, it sort of has like a multi-hit effect, which feels good. It's simple, but you can't go wrong with it, is the thing. And also I have like a big fireball that is also simple and you can't go wrong with it. That's sort of my thought there. I guess like my survival move is that I can freeze enemies. And oh yeah, I can send up like a big thunderbolt that just runs around and does a bunch of stuff. And that's all I got so far. I tried out this character has a lot of moves, a lot of abilities. I tried out like most of them on this tier, and I just didn't love any beside, and ultimately just went with the fireball. I think the same was of this one. I'm not really looking to teleport. Not really looking to like. I'm not literally looking for a teleport, nor with like a flame shield. You know, I'd rather have something that's like different from the other characters. And that's probably part of what holds me back, right? Is that like I want all these characters to play a little differently. So, you know, if one of these characters has already claimed like a type of move that is like really good, that limits the other ones, how much I can do with them. Maybe that's silly. Yeah, we'll do the lightning spear. Let me see. I don't know if it crits that often. Does it crit that often? It has. Well, it depends if you crit. I don't know when I quit. When I crit. Stuns to enemies when critically striking. Increases the damage of your next lightning spear up to 20%, up to 100%. Yeah, sure. You know what? That's cool. I like the sound of more power. Anyway, this mage is cool. I enjoy playing the sorcerer a bit. It's just a little basic so far, and like I said, like most of these tiers, I've gone without finding like something I really like. You know, having to settle with like, okay, big explosion. Okay. Oh, it's just a thunderbolt that travels around and like hits a bunch of guys. That's fine. I guess I'm just not sold yet on any of these. And maybe the thing is like, you know, I could look up and see like, oh, everyone recommends. Maybe the fireball basic attack is the one everyone recommends. And maybe, oh, you want to get that and you want to get like the one that makes a big flamethrower. Didn't really care for that one, but I don't know. It could be popular. Well, anything could be popular, I guess. Alright, that's a bit of a, you know, once around the horn as far as like my other characters. Was that something about technique slots? Technique slots. What does that mean? Like equipment? Technique slots. I guess maybe there's like spots on this character thing that could be filled in with like you know, other things like between the rings and the thing. Oh no. Let's bail out. Let's go to the Barbarian now. Barb is her name. And this is where we're going to spend most of tonight, folks. At least I hope it goes that way. I mean, we've been at it for an hour, so probably not that big of a stretch to expect this segment to go on another hour or two before we go to Ape Out. Anyway, Barbarian time. let me show you what I got on her now, and then let's do a dungeon. Like, let's see, is there a good one that I have, like, in sight that has stuff that I... After swapping weapons 6 times? Oh, so like between your A button and your X button, that's swapping weapons. So what does that give you? Gain Fortify. Okay, I like Fortify. I don't know if I love that. I don't know if that's great, though. I already have something that gets me Fortify, and it's a little less conditional than that, but maybe you can't go wrong with more Fortify. I'm gonna set a pin over there, and let's go over there and unlock that that fast travel, because apparently I didn't get it earlier when I was in that area, you know, earlier in the game. What's left and right on the D-pad? Doesn't seem to do anything. So, my basic thing is, my basic ability here... Oh, I have a skill point because I did a thing in another file. Guess that's where a lot of these skill points are coming from tonight, doing things in other files. So my basic thing is Frenzy, and the thing I really like about Frenzy is if it hits an enemy, attack speed is increased. So it's sort of like Varian, Heroes of the Storm, where it sort of accelerates as you hit more and more guys, which I think is really neat and fun. It feels good. Also, you get well, Frenzy is activated. I don't know if Frenzy is. Oh, this is Frenzy. This is granting 60% bonus attack. It also generates 2 additional Fury. Okay. Well, Berserking, which... I don't know how you activate Berserking, but I think one of my other moves does. Your other skills gain 5% attack speed for each stack of Frenzy you have. Okay. I guess that's good. Other than that, I have Upheaval, which is sort of a...
Don't have enough fury.
I need to hit guys in order to get Upheaval. So you can sort of see, like, the more guys you hit, the faster you're able to attack. Like, you start like this slow, and it ends up ramping up pretty quickly. I have a Fortify that's so there's the cone thing. After some delay, it makes a big triangle that hits guys. I can also, like, Fortify based on my remaining... I do like a barrier, and while I am using that ability, I can't get hurt. Pretty good. That's my Y. And what is... I think that's just like a power boost. The, let me see. What is that? That's Iron Skin. That's the Fortify thing. War Shout. Increases damage for 6 seconds. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, what did I just buy? That wasn't what I meant to do. Not at all. Okay, well, the next thing I'll do is Enhanced Warcry that gives me Berserking, which is great because I already have something that synergizes with Berserking, and now I have a way to activate it. Look at that. Isn't that something? Anyway, that sums up the, where am I going? I'm just following this guy. Let me follow my waypoints. That sums up what's going on so far with this guy, with Barb the Barbarian. Let's get farther in and you know, level up our Barbarian a few times, and then hopefully unlock some sort of main line quest at 15. I saw that with the other 2 classes. As soon as they got to 15, they got like a thing for their specialization unlocked. it was a lot more involved for the druid. The druid had to do a whole fortress, which was like the druid like home base, which was fun. But the rogue just had to like chase down. Rogue just had to chase down a guy, which was weird. Like why that? I don't know. It's not terribly important. But anyway, I expect something like that to happen for Warrior, for Barbarian, even though expertise already exists. Maybe another thing, another tab will appear. Maybe we'll have like 4 tabs for how you build the guy. I am getting hurt pretty badly. Okay. Where am I going? Let's go in the direction that we're looking for.
I'm not ready.
And also now an hour in is maybe is the perfect time to start talking about all the things that have happened in this last this last week. It's been a hell of a week, folks. Let me say, if y'all haven't, y'all probably know, honestly. But did you watch the Nintendo Direct got announced and aired since the last stream? I had heard rumors during that, by the time of that last stream, so I did mention, like, oh yeah, I heard a rumor that, like, Direct was coming. No idea what would be in it, other than people have been saying nothing about Donkey Kong, so not Donkey Kong. And sure enough, there was no Donkey Kong, so that was good. And that's a good amount of, like, spoilers to have. Like, yeah, not this thing, you know. I will say I had heard, like, you know, there had been talk about, like, well, maybe it's a 3D, a new 2D Mario is the thing now. And the other thing that leaked was, you know, I think I had heard, like, Super Mario RPG, but I had thought, you know, I didn't think remake. I thought, like, just SNES Online is what I thought when I heard that initial rumor. So the Direct was pretty surprising, despite the 2 main surprises getting leaked ahead of time, just for how incredible and, like, huge they were. Need to remember to use these skills. I also have a number of cards just like going through each of the announcements point by point, so let's just get into those. I'll say, you know, look. The Direct did have, oh, it's just a seller. The Direct did have a lot of downtime. You know, that is just always going to be the case of a Direct, you know, not everything's going to be for you. And when I say not everything's going to be for you, a lot of it is going to be, like, kind of for nobody. You know, like, who the fuck watching a Nintendo Direct? Like, who cares enough about Nintendo to watch a Direct? It's like, oh, fuck, it's Just Dance. Oh, jeez, this time you can dance, and it's $5 a month. Or whatever the fuck, it's a subscription service now. Oh, boy, I can't wait for that. And it's just like, yeah, man, what?
I must wait.
Is that really the person who's watching these things? I don't know. Maybe there is someone who pogs out when Just Dance comes out. You know, I'm sure there's some sort of react out there where the streamer's like, oh, it's Just Dance! Oh my god! Oh my god! And I'll say, like, you know, Persona, I did pog when it was at, I did react, I did pop huge when it was at Microsoft, but, you know, I'm not gonna pop for the 3rd time I see a game, especially when I already know it's gonna be free on Xbox, so, or, like, you know, with Game Pass anyway, so I'm not gonna buy it, except on Xbox. Their damage bonus is increased an additional 10% if you're near a bunch of enemies. Let's just do more Fortify. Fortify can't go wrong with it.
I'm not ready yet.
I haven't really run into the case where I have, like, too much Fortify, you know, so... Might as well just, like, stack that up. And, make it work for me, you know? Anyway, outside of the big things, I was kind of bored during most of it, but those big things were really big. So let's talk through some of those big things. Starting with, did you see all those Pikmin 4 details? Yeah, a lot of those were during the direct. Whoopsie daisy, wrong hotkey there. Misclicked. That'll come up later. That thing that you just saw for 2 seconds. Who the fuck is this?
An axe.
I don't really care, but whatever. I can go get the next. Let's go into there and do that dungeon. And then we'll do the quest and then we'll do the dungeon. And we'll try to figure out what you do with that. Meanwhile, like, let's talk about Pikmin 4. Which, yeah, looks good. The game looks really nice. Apparently it's Unreal. It's not based on the same engine as Pikmin 3, surprisingly. It's like a brand new thing, you know, which I found to be pretty shocking. You know, like, wait, this isn't just iterating on Pikmin 3? Like, that was just... I guess it was 10 years ago, but, you know, it feels like it was less so than that. But it works differently in a lot of ways. I don't think there's multiple captains. And they did confirm one thing after the stream, which is that you can only have 3 types of Pikmin with you at any one time. So that's how they're dealing with having, like, 7 types, you know, or, like, I don't know how many types just in the base, just in, like, the main roster, you know, but you'll have, like, the 5 from... You'll have the 3 normal ones, you'll have the 2 from Pikmin 2, and the 2 from Pikmin 3, and then, you know, that adds up to, what, 7? And then 8 Ice Pikmin, and then there's, of course, the Glow Pikmin, which kind of don't count because they're nocturnal. They only appear at night. Which, I will say, I love the idea of the Glow Pikmin. That is a really clever little innovation, and I love their design. Ice Pikmin, their design is kind of just like Rock Pikmin 2, but well, actually, I think they have hair. I think they have hair, the Ice Pikmin, so that's a little different from the... They might not, don't quote me on that, but it kind of looked like in some places I was looking, they might have hair. Higher number. Junk. Higher number. Junk. Higher number. Junk. Higher number. Junk. 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 Higher number. How do you compare to, like, the... Compare other slots. So it's better than this one. Except it's, let's see. This one does add 7 to all stats, though. So... yeah, whatever. The values are close enough where I can just look at the DPS and probably be happy with that. Anyway, Glow Pikmin, I think they're a wonderful design as far as, like, the Pikmin type goes. I am a little disappointed to know that it almost looks a little bit like a minigame, you know, the nighttime portion, where you only get, like, a certain special type of Pikmin, and you don't get to, like, make strategic decisions. You know, as far as these night Pikmin go, it almost looks like they're like one and done, you know, like you can just go there and it's no risk to your, like, your party you just use Pikmin that only can be used during the night, and I think they just spawn throughout the night, and, you know, that's it. Imagine if when you went into holes in... Maybe this isn't really comparable. That's way better. Maybe this isn't really comparable, but imagine if when you went into holes... Imagine if when you went into holes in Pikmin 2, your Pikmin were a completely different set of Pikmin, and you didn't have to worry about who died and who lived. And that's sort of my thoughts about the night. I also do worry about things like, yeah, you know, there's no multitasking anymore. That was one of the best things about Pikmin 3. You can only use, like, a limited number of Pikmin types, which... I guess it'll be good that you have the option of using, like, purples again, and whites and all that, and rocks and flying and whatever. But also, wow, that does really put a damper on, like, what you can do efficiently in one go. You know, it's making it harder to do things efficiently, do things on multiple fronts, and I think that's a damn shame. I think Pikmin is best when you are, like, you know, fighting on 3 fronts at once, and multitasking, and doing, like, 3 times what you would otherwise be able to do, you know, without multiple captains and without the ability to like, micromanage them a bit. You know, all that to say that I am still excited for Pikmin 4, don't get me wrong. But when I look at it, with all the things that they have announced, and the direction it's gone in, I definitely think, like, well, this isn't gonna be like Pikmin 3, where it is, like, immediately, magically my favorite of the series by, like, a country mile. You know? It's not gonna be the best in the series for me. It's just gonna be reasonably fun, you know? Which is good, you know? That's still fine, but... I don't know. I feel like if it had just been an iteration on Pikmin 3, you know, just like, oh, Pikmin 3, but, like, amp it up a bit, add more stuff, and let you, you know... Let you use, like, all the Pikmin types again, rather than just limiting to you. That would be, like... I feel like that could be... What the fuck? What's with this wind? That could be like a best of all time Pikmin game, but I think it's just gonna be a little short. I think it's just gonna be okay, you know? It's gonna be good, you know, I'll say that. And I'll say at this rate, it has good chances of making my, Game of the Year list. But, the time where I thought, like, oh, could it be Pikmin 4 Game of the Year? That much is, that optimism is gone in me right now with the things they've announced. But I'm still, you know, looking forward to it. I'm still, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it's still, and maybe this is just me being generous about how I rate games. I wouldn't be surprised if this still came in at a 5 out of 5 for me. Just because, like, you know, there is a lot of stuff in there that's fucking fantastic, you know? But I also don't think necessarily it's gonna be like a best of all time. I don't think it's gonna be like an all-time favorite game. Just like a quality 5-star game that doesn't necessarily meet that threshold of, like, favoritism. I kind of rank games like that. I have, like, a lower threshold maybe for 5 out of 5, but I also have, like, favorite status, which is, like, a rank above that. Which, honestly, is sort of just like a... It's sort of like an unofficial, like, 6 out of 5. You know, it's just like another rank that, games can get. But... I don't know, it works for me. I think people get what I mean when I say, like, yeah, that's a 5 out of 5. You know? And I think they get what I mean when I say, like, yeah, it's a 5 out of 5, go get it. That's basically what 5 out of 5 means. It means go get it. 5 out of 5 with a heart means like, yeah, go get it, and also it's like one of my favorite games of all time. Look at this. And like probably will be like top 5 of the year, or you know, whatever, depending on how many games hit that tier. Obviously, you can't really limit it artificially. You know, you can't say like, oh, 5 games a year, only 5 games a year can become favorites. Like, no, if a game speaks to you, it can become a favorite no matter what. No matter how many other games have also become favorites recently. But I do feel some pause if, you know, I'm putting too many games into the favorite category. Depends on their impact and depends how much they resonate, I guess. More than anything. I'm still really curious. I can't wait to see, like... I'm sure I'll have a lot of fun with that game. You know... It's just gonna be, like, different. And I don't think it's, like, a straight upgrade anymore. You know? Like, looking at some of the gameplay just makes me go like, oh, that's... I feel like Pikmin 3's basic combat looks snappier to me. Bigger number. Smaller number, bigger number. I'm not sure, by the way, in this game, when you, what you're supposed to do. Are you supposed to, like, junk everything? Like, break it down into parts? Or are you supposed to just sell it? Probably not sell it. You don't really need money. And I haven't used money for anything, but I also haven't used, like, crafting items for anything, so... You know, it's all, kind of meaningless to me. As far as, like, where all that junk goes. I don't know. Hey, how about another one? Pikmin 1 and 2 are out on Switch right now. That was perhaps a really surprising thing for them to say. And, I felt, you know, kind of like weird about that insofar as like, God damn it, you know, I just streamed those 2 games last month, did them 100%, you know, of at least the campaigns anyway. I just 100% both of those games in SD, and you're telling me I could have done that in HD with like quality of life features, you know, like having camera control while still having the C-stick, you know, move guys around. Apparently that works via, like, you hit, like, L or something. You hit, like, L, and, you can, or, like, a button. I'm not sure. I haven't played it. I haven't bought it. It's, like, $50, and look, I just replayed those games a month ago. I'm not gonna run and buy a new version and replay them like that soon. And honestly, I came out of, like, that replay thinking, like, oh, man, I cannot do this again. You know, that last boss in Pikmin 2 was so hellish. Some of those holes were so hellish. I think I've done this for the last time in my life. You know, Pikmin 3 is like a delight, and I always enjoyed that. You know, it's very calm and cool and chill. I could see doing that one a bunch of more times in my life, but the other games, like... I don't know if I really want it. If ever I play... I'll say this. If ever I play those games again, I'll get the Switch version. Because they have, like, quality of life stuff. Like, you can throw farther. There's, like, camera controls. The one thing that is weird about those versions is that they do, like, take out a bunch of, like, the local... Take out a lot of, like, branding stuff. So, like, probably the Ragu lid and the Duracell battery. I know that one's not in there. I didn't see if the Ragu lid is in there still. So I guess there is still value to those original versions. And, you know, hey, if we had done the new versions, we wouldn't be able to appreciate, like, the Ragu. The part where we got Ragu bottle. But those silly things probably aren't, like, probably as, like, meaningful as, like, you know, the quality of life features and all that. By the way, I think my Y in this game, I think my Y is based on like how much life I have left. So you sort of, or life I'm missing. So you sort of want to wait to use it until you're nearly dead, and you'll have a bigger barrier as a result. I have like all fortified now. Midway into this fight. I guess that's the benefit of having like multiple fortify effects going on. Alright, I did some shrine. That's cool.
I'm not ready yet.
Why is this hatchling so damn tough? Look at this. This hatchling is taking like so much punishment. Must have been a hatchling of a big guy. Enemies drop gold when hit. Okay. To me, this game is very much a turn your brain off game, which I think makes it actually a good fit, surprisingly, for like my normal style of stream where I like, you know, play video game and oftentimes just like don't even think that much about the video game, don't even talk that much directly to it, you know. Just talk about the other stuff I want to talk about. But it's fun, you know, and jeez. I don't like that silence effect thing. That's no good. I am now, let's see, level 15, so I don't see any, like, major like mastery quest thing that's unlocked, but also we are in a dungeon, so maybe we'll only see that when we leave it. I got some two-handed mace mastery. It had some effect. I did not read it. Yeah, these are all adding like all sorts of weird effects that look, I just don't have it in me to like care or like think that heavily about like, oh, my pole arms are doing extra damage. Like, this is too fiddly. No. What should we put points into here? That guy looks like Shrek, rallying cry. Don't I have? Oh yeah, I have iron skin. Is what I have. Put more. I don't like that. Just like 10 extra damage. That's the thing about like going from rank 1 to 2 to 3. It's like, oh, I can spend like all my ranks for the next couple of levels, like taking a damage from like, you know, 100 to 140. You know, not even a like 40%, like a 40%, 50% increase. But I would have to spend like all my levels, and it's like, to me, that's not significant. Then again, I'm always hitting guys with the frenzy. Let's just go ahead and upgrade that. What's important to me is I get like the first level of something, and then also get like these two things. Oh hey, did we just unlock this? I think we did. Next time, I'll figure out like what's up with these, and I'll try out those three. Was there only 3 down there? Yeah, 3 moves. 3 moves. I'll try them out next time I have a point. Let's talk about the next of the Nintendo things. Super Mario RPG Remake was announced. Looked really cool, and I'll say I was really impressed when they like showed it. You know, it's like they showed this NES version, and everyone was like, "Oh shit!" You know, I watched some direct reaction streams after the fact. By the way, I was working, so I didn't do a react stream myself, or you know, it's a work day.
I'm out of fury.
I'll say like, I did watch it, but you know, middle of a work day, it's not exactly convenient to stream it. Anyway, so they show the SNES version for a second, which makes you think like, oh, SNES Online, here we go. And then they show it fucking like fully ass 3D remake wherein like all the graphics have been like lovingly redone, you know, and it all looks accurate to the original. It looks like the style is right, the vibes are right. Trash, trash. Bigger number. Trash, trash, trash. Bigger number. Bigger number. I don't know what that said. Oh, I think maybe I got an ability. One of Rupture. What's Rupture? Rupture? Oh, I got a free Rupture. Look at that. Let's just go ahead and put that on then. And I'll try it out and see what's up. Do I have a slashing weapon? I assume I do. Maybe. What does it do? Let's read it. Skewer enemies in front of you, dealing 24 damage, and rip your weapon weapon, damaging the enemy and their total bleeding amount, and removing all bleeding damage from them. What? Skewer enemies, deal damage, rip your weapon up, damage enemies for their total bleeding amount. What's that? What's bleeding amount? What the hell? Removing all bleeding damage. I don't think I do any bleeding damage, but okay. Originally, I was messing around with Leap, but I found that I didn't really need to move around that much, so I went with Warcry instead. Switched it up. If you're wondering, like, how I ended up with this build. So yeah, Mario RPG. I'll say for my part, honestly, I am not really a big fan. I'm not really a big fan of Mario RPG. In general, I always found it to be a little bit clunky. I never finished it. The way that the action commands worked, I found the timing to be a little unintuitive. Like the feedback that it gives you about whether you got the timing or not, I always found to be a little bit hard to separate. You know, hard to see one from another. And also, I found like the personality to be like a little bit not to my taste. You know, I'd rather a Mario RPG feel like Mario. But Mario RPG to me kind of gives me more vibes of like a Final Fantasy. With enemies like the big skeleton like middle skeleton guy sort of exemplify that. To me, that more reads as like Square's handiwork than anything Nintendo would come up with. That said, you know, look,
I need more time.
seeing that all like lovingly recreated and like, you know, not changed in the slightest, I will say that wait, collect the catacombs key? What does that mean? Seeing it all like rendered,
I need time to do that.
seeing it all like rendered like faithfully to the point where it's like, oh god, this looks pre-rendered. Like the style is pre-rendered, like straight up. The characters look pre-rendered. They look like they have that 90s style to them, even though it's that 90s square weird ass style to them, despite the fact that they're making it new and making it now. I found that to be very exciting and very, like, refreshing, you know? I feel like previously, you know, there's a lot of examples of, like, even probably the Mario RPGs, right? To a certain extent, when they remade some of the Mario and Luigi games, probably, they stripped out some of the personality of some of the enemies and NPCs and stuff. And this is the exact opposite, where they have gone to loving lengths to like recreate and preserve that weird personality. And I just look at that and go like, god damn, man, imagine if they were to make like like a Donkey Kong Country remake and it looked like that. You know, if the imagine if like it looked as like true to the original as that did. You know, it'd be glorious. You know, it'd be amazing, and I'm so glad they're doing it like that. I adore how that game looks, even as someone who like bounced off that game multiple times whenever I've tried to play it. You know, despite bouncing off it every time, I'm just looking at that going like, oh, this looks so cool. You know, despite my reservations about the actual game, I did pop a voucher. You know, I got some vouchers.
I have no potions.
I did some vouchers yesterday, and pre-ordered both Mario RPG. So you know, I'll play it. I'm hoping to get through it this time, I'll say. I also pre-ordered another game, which, you know, I think you might know which game I'm talking about. I would also love if, like, if ever they remake TTYD, which, you know, with the release of multiple GameCube games onto Switch, you know, I guess 3 this year, actually, come to think of it. The release of all these GameCube games is making it look less and less likely we'll see a GameCube Online sometime in the near future. You know, in the next few years, anyway. So, at this point, like, they might as well just make a TTYD remake, you know? You might as well do TTYD. And if they do TTYD, goddamn do I want them to, like, refrain from making any style changes, you know? It should look like TTYD, but in HD. It shouldn't look like, you know, those newer games, and God forbid if they take away any of the personality of any of the characters, or any of the vibes that game had. You know, imagine if they made TTYD remake, and they made it look like, the new games, Sticker Stars, Color Splash, all those, Origami King. It'd be horrible. It'd be terrible. But this remake of Super Mario RPG fills me with faith that they're gonna, that if ever they do it, they'll do right by it, and everyone will, like, be so happy to see it, you know? No one's happy when they change stuff and they remove the tone of a game, you know, during a remake. It's like, what is even the point of that if you're not gonna keep the personality? You know, keep the things that made it special, made people, like, love it. This boss might be a bit tough. I'm taking some damage here, as I do. What does that thing above my head mean? Stuck? Oh, it probably means, like, I've stepped in web, so I can't move.
I need time to do this.
Heal. Those things, are they like phases? The arrows on the light bar. Phases in which new attacks are introduced or something? Maybe. These spider hosts appeared, like, in the middle of a phase, so I'm really not sure. Really just have to hope that these spider hosts will have, like, some healing items with me. For me. You know, a thing I'll say that I just learned was, when I played this game, or when I played Diablo III, I played it on PC. So that was before, like, they added the dodge roll. Apparently in Diablo 4, the dodge roll... In Diablo 3, the dodge roll was infinite. And now it's on a cooldown. I find that cooldown to be kind of hard to, like, reckon with, you know, to keep track of, honestly. So, I guess it's interesting to me to know, like, oh, this is probably a thing that a lot of people are dealing with right now, you know, because brand new to everyone. If I leave this dungeon, by the way, I'm curious. Would I retain the progress I've made? All right, that's another tick on the thing. Fortify. What the hell? Why did I dodge in that direction? I hit B. Your items are close to breaking. Really? Oh, shit. Yeah, my skirt is. Did I not have a ring? Did I not have a second ring? Whatever. Maybe it broke. Maybe it broke. Let's return home and, you know, deal with the stuff. So, interesting that it says like level 15, when everything is just like the level you're at. You know, I guess maybe there's some quests that are like, oh, there's certainly some areas that are like, no, this is level 36. You can't go here until you're this level. You know, probably, or else you'll die horribly. But most things just scale up to your scale up to where you're at. You know. So I see that nothing unlocked as far as like, let me see, priority quests. Yeah, I haven't upgraded an item. I haven't done any potions upgrading. I don't know about that. Oh, wait. Barbarian's Master of Battle. That looks like the thing we need to do. That looks like the thing, actually. Okay, that's the thing I was sort of looking to be able to do during this stream. Do like a big quest that does that. Let's break it down into parts. I think that's better. All junk, please. Oh, bam. Oh, I need to repair it as well. All items.
I need more time.
I'll say I don't think I love Rupture so far from my you know, trying it out briefly. It doesn't seem all that suited to my playstyle. And also I don't have anything that synergizes with it. You know, I'm not using Rend or Flay or anything of the sorts that does like damage over time for me to remove using Rupture. When people do their builds, are they just doing like, you know, one color all the way down the line? Is it just like, oh, I get, on this level I get, on this level I get Rend, on this level I get Flay, on this level I get, nothing. On this level I get, also nothing. On this level I get Rupture, you know, is that basically how these things go? I feel like I'd rather have a little bit of everything. So, like, just having a lot of one thing sounds a little bit dull to me. I guess that's, you know, it's all up to how you build it, though. I bet they combine stuff. Let's give a second crack at this dungeon. Or not a second crack at this dungeon, more of a... We'll try fighting the spider again. Meanwhile, I'll do another card WarioWare Move It. So yeah, that was another game that got announced. WarioWare Move It. Another WarioWare game. This one based around motion controls. And specifically, like Joy-Con motion controls. And, you know, I'll say like, I wasn't a big fan of WarioWare. The last WarioWare, I think it was either a... Geez, I can't remember where it landed, but it was either a 4 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5. You know, not terribly impressive, honestly. I wasn't terribly impressed with that game. Hard to like sustain through like all this damage I'm taking. I wasn't a big fan of the one where you had to like do, where all the mini games were done through like little guys that you ran around in different ways. That was a clever idea for a WarioWare, but I'm honestly kind of glad they're going back to something a little more traditional. Just, hey, here's some... Jesus, I didn't get half as far that time. You know, maybe some of these bosses might not be possible with, like, the build that we have right now. Maybe we level up, we get some more moves, then we can do something like this.
I don't have enough fury.
Anyway, looks good. The mini games, you know, a lot of them, the micro games are look very fun. You know, there was a good variety of them, and you know, many of them that you saw and you went, "What the fuck? Haha, that's great." You know, which is exactly the reaction you should have. WarioWare mini games. I swear I didn't step in any webs that time. I see there's a web right there. I mean, look, I'll say this. I will play WarioWare Move It. I'm 90% sure. Probably. You know, I played, like, most of the other WarioWare games except for Twisted and Do It Yourself. So I'll play this one, and it looks good. But I will say, I think the best WarioWare game, I think, is undisputably the first one, where it wasn't based on a gimmick, you know? It was just like, hey, A button and a D-pad, and that's all you need, you know? Nothing weird. You know, Touch, Twisted, all the ones that have come since have focused on, like, oh, you know, it's motion controls this time, or oh, it's tilty topping, it's touch controls, you know, which is like, of course, when you're on the DS, when you're on the, you know, the Wii, of course that's what the game has to be. Oh, I didn't play also the party one for the GameCube. I didn't play that one. Speaking of WarioWares that I didn't play, those ones are just... I'm dead. Is there a way you can, like, call people in? That'd be cool if you could. You know, like, I know in, like, Dark Souls games, you can be like, I don't know what it is exactly, but maybe there's nothing of the sort here. I do have friends that are playing it, but I'll say, like, I haven't necessarily, like, contacted, like, a lot of the people. I have a lot of, like, BattleNet friends because I used to play a lot of Heroes of the Storm. So, I haven't played Heroes of the Storm in like 5 years, so I do not have that much connection with these people, with most people on my friends list anymore. But if I wanted, I could crossplay settings was mass. No. Some people are not setting it so that they can do crossplay. Okay. I could invite like random people to my party, I guess. Local players, clan members. I don't have a clan. And who wants to get invited by a random person? I'll do one more try, but this looks like I'm just like not having the sustain I need to get through the fight. I will say though, let's talk about Super Mario Brothers Wonder. It looks fantastic. How about that? How about we start with that? It is the first 2D Mario game in fucking 20 years. You know, I'll say, Maker aside, to have any fucking ambition. You know, any fucking, like, desire to be anything more than just a mediocre game that has Mario in it, you know? For ages, that's all that they put out as far as, like, main 2D Mario platformers. Just like, oh, hey, here's just, some game. You play as Mario, it's 3D, there's, like, no style to it. Have fun. And, it's just kind of sucked. You know? And now, they have something new. They have a really weird-looking game that has its own personality to it. Which is, you know, pretty much entirely what everyone's been looking for. I think I might have used too many potions there. It's hard to know whether I'm getting stuck in, like, web or if it's just, like, lag. The two feel entirely similar to me. And it's weird. It's a weird-ass game. You know, it takes place in a weird place. It looks like... I think it's the Flower Kingdom. I saw, like, a video, like, just walking through it frame by frame, and there's a part where it says, "Welcome to the Flower Kingdom." And if you pay attention, you may notice that, like, oh, it's wonder flowers, flower seeds. The NPCs appear to, like, have, like, flower buds on their heads. They seem to be like toads, but with flower buds instead of like, mushrooms, you know? Which is a bit different. Very cool. It also looks like every level has, like, some sort of weird touch fuzzy, get dizzy type thing, where after... We'll do another try, by the way. Where after you do a thing, after you find a wonder flower, things get all weird and fucked up in each level. And that's a neat conceit for a game. I look forward to playing that a lot. It looks great as hell. The animation has so much flair to it. There's levels that have, like, atmosphere and such, and I'm so happy with everything they've done here. It looks fucking great. Playable characters are here. Playable Yoshi. Playable... Just, though, everyone's here. Okay, Peach, Daisy, you name them. You name them. There seems to be some sort of inchworm that's hanging out with you, apparently. Some people, like, you know, it's like a blink and you miss it thing, but there's totally some points where, like, an inchworm comes out of Mario for a second. Seems to be your Cappy this time around. Seems to be your Cappy this time around, and That's cool, I guess. I mean, a lot of games, a lot of Mario games have that sort of character, and it's just, you know, it's sort of like a whatever thing. It can be good or it can be bad. It's probably just gonna be fine. It's gonna be a guy that, like, says, like, cutscene stuff for you. Mario games don't really need that stuff, but if they're gonna have it, sure, whatever. I feel like what I need is more AoE. Like, all I have mostly is, like, single target damage. Well, except for the big rend thing. Well, that and I'm just dying from, like, losing all my health repeatedly, you know? And also, like, get stuck in the poop. And also all these guys coming at me, which can't really clear fast enough. Healing potions. I probably also could use something that clears distance. No. Anyway, Mario Wonder looks fantastic. I'm super excited about it. I pre-purchased it already using a voucher. I bought a voucher and bought that in Mario RPG. Maybe I should have bought that in WarioWare, but I don't know. WarioWare looks okay. Mario, even though I don't care for Mario RPG, it looks better than WarioWare does, if I'm being honest, and there's more that I love about it so far, just from, like, the way it looks. So that's the one I got. But, like, yeah, I'm really excited to see a new 2D Mario has ambition. Like I said earlier, I don't think there's been one of those since, like, like, Super Mario World. If you can believe it, like, holy shit, you know? Like, it's been that long. It's been that long since a Mario game, a 2D Mario, other than Mario Maker, had any fucking ambition in the world. And I hope to see, by the way, that when Super Mario Maker 3 comes out, I hope to see the Wonder as one of the game styles. Honestly, ideally, I would also like to see Yoshi's Island still. Like, I feel like that would be a fantastic one. And we're just gonna give up that fight. That's... Wait, when did I get a second dash?
I need time to do that.
Huh. I have 2 dashes now. How about that? I just noticed I have 2 dashes. Does everyone get 2 dashes or just the Barbarian? I don't think any of my other guys have 2 dashes yet. Go figure. Let me repair my shit before we go out. I'm hoping for that to be wonderful. Can't wait to play that. I love how much style there is in the world and how much they're being creative with enemies and cool, like, stuff that's new, stuff that's thrown back. There's new enemies everywhere. There's, like, Reznors that are running around. There's, like, weird chipmunks with shells. There's all sorts of things, you know. I always feel like the Mario games are best when they're allowed to get, like, creative with it and do weird shit, you know? Huh. Maybe this is, I think this is where I went for the Druid one, too, so maybe this area is just, like, instanced to be based on whatever your class is. Alright, here's... So, fuck that dungeon, basically. We're not doing that one. But instead, I'm going to run out, and I'm going to go for this main mission over here to unlock whatever this is. Barbarian Masters of Battle, priority quest. Maybe I should also do the one that upgrades my potions. Maybe that would help us do... Maybe that would help me do dungeons in the future, you know, off stream. And I'll say I have, like, no... I'll say I have no huge plan to do, like, you know, like, a lot of content around this game. Just I felt like playing it today. And, talking through... Just for my, you know, variety night stream. Anyway, I'm really excited about Wonder. That trailer was phenomenal. It's the one of the most exciting things to happen to Mario since Odyssey, and well, that's just great, isn't it? I don't know what's going on here, but I'm just gonna hit stuff and kill things until it gives me some sort of reward. Unless there's some sort of thing that makes it so that Fortify heals me when I'm being fortified. I don't see like 10% like additional damage prevention to be that big of a deal. Maybe there's also other things that like increase the effect of it. You know, make it more potent. Maybe somewhere on the skill tree. I don't really look that hard at the passive effects on the skill tree. I usually just stick to the ones that are active. Did I win? Okay. Well, I'm gonna survive the trial. I have to kill this guy, right? Well, that wasn't so hard. Insatiable hunger. Nice gems. Some of the first gems this character's getting. Junk, junk, junk. Okay. Well, gems are cool, even though I can't socket them. Let's talk about another game that was at, let's talk about other news. In other Mario news out of the Direct, there's a Peach game, there's a Luigi Mansion 2 remake, and some Mario Kart details. So yeah, kind of a Mario stacked thing. I will say, it was kind of funny seeing that, like, oh yeah, you know, the big news thing was like Princess Peach, as far as like other games. And I'll say, like, yeah, after Super Princess Peach, that game was kind of bad, and well, I hope they do better this time. And if I looked at that trailer at some point after, you know, after the fact, like actually looked a little closer, and I noticed there's totally a character in there that's crying. So fucking hell, if this is another big emotional game where, like, I say big emotional, I don't mean like in the way that Last of Us is big emotional. I mean, if it's a game where, like, oh, because this is a game about girl, this has to be a game where everyone's emotions are just running rampant because that's what girls do. It's like, if that's the idea again, that kind of sucks. And it looks like some sort of, I don't know, brawler. Kind of looked like Preach was running around hitting people in a top-down format with, like, little projectiles or something. I don't know if that's gonna be, like, any good at all, but I don't know. Could be good. It would be hard to be worse than it'd be hard to be worse than Super Princess Peach, I'll say that. But for that reason, I am mostly skeptical given the history there and, like, the complete lack of, like, an actual gameplay of, like, what that looked like. You know, you get, like, 2 seconds of that, but it's like, man, from the 2 seconds, I cannot even pin down a genre. It could be an RPG as far as I know. It could be a tactical thing. It could be like Brutal Legend. It could be something like that. Blood Lance, okay.
need more time.
Luigi's Mansion 2 is also a thing where I look at that Blood of the Moon, Dark Moon, whatever it's called. I look at that and go like, okay. Blood Moon, huh? Like, I guess, sure, remake that for Switch. It's a 3DS game, and I guess at this point, we're all out of campaign quests and unforeseen. Oh, okay, this is where we go into the keep. I don't know if there's a waypoint in there that we can activate, but I can totally just, you know, run through some story stuff real fast. Get some more quests to do. Anyway, not terribly excited by Luigi's Mansion 2. I didn't really like that game very much. I am pretty sure it's the weakest of the three Luigi's Mansion. I would have rather seen a Luigi's Mansion 1 remake, but look, the reality is this remake is probably a lot easier to make than... It's probably more of a re-release than a remake. You know, for Luigi's Mansion, they would have to do a full-on, like, fucking full-ass complete remake, wherein they would have to remake it from practically the ground up. Or, you know, about as far as, like, the Metroid Prime had to take it. But it's a lot easier for 3. And Mario Kart, they announced, like, 3 characters. What was it? Wiggler, Kamek, and, what was the third one? I forget who the third one is. There was also a little big, like a toilet level, like a bathroom level that was like a little big world. Looked pretty good. That'll be an original track. Sure, that sounds great. The one thought I have there is like, well, okay, well, there's probably not that much room for more new characters, so I hope Diddy Kong gets in. And if Dixie Kong could as well, that would be phenomenal. And I also think that really, 2D Donkey Kong Jr. should get in. I don't know if there's really room for him, but that'd be my pick for, like, the one I would pull from Tor. If I'm just talking, like, one from Tor, and I'm not just taking in my biases of loving Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong and all those, you know, and Funky Kong. I would love those ones to come over, but let's be real, those ones probably wouldn't. I'm gonna take a quick break here. Be back in a minute or two. Shouldn't be a huge deal. Back in a minute. Okay. Whoa, hey, I'm over here. Oops. There you go, camera. Sometimes the camera gets confused, you know. Okay, that was nice and really short. Good, okay. Just wanted to be sure about something, you know. Turns out it wasn't a big deal. I would describe that as a false alarm, you know. But you can never know, so always be safe, you know. I'm not going to go into details on what I mean. Anyway, that's about all the direct news, I believe. Just about, at least as far as Nintendo goes. Most of this direct was not Nintendo stuff, but look, how excited would anyone get for seeing seeing Persona Tactica for the third time in a row and not getting any new details therein, or to see Arkham City coming to Switch, which, you know, I guess it's weird that I'm not like what interested in that. I guess for me it's just a matter of like, well, part of that is I remember Arkham whatever it was on Wii U when that came out at launch and had like busted ass like performed like absolute shit. You know, I remember that and I say like, probably not gonna fuck with any of these. It'll probably suck. You know, these will not be the versions to play. If I were to replay a version of it, you know, and I'll say I loved those games when they came out. I loved City. Arkham City I think was my favorite, and yet zero hype for like not even hype, zero interest in it. And I would have to imagine like most people saw that and was like, humdrum, okay. Yep, whatever. That's kind of funny to think about, actually. Realize, like, yeah, well, we POG for, like, Super Mario RPG. But they say, like, oh, what about Arkham City, the one that you love? I'm not being careful, apparently. What about Arkham City? And I say, like, nah, I don't feel like that one. No. That said, there is one piece of third-party news that I thought was really exciting and really cool. Penny's Big Breakaway. Sort of a weird chameleon twist type 3D platformer that, you know, is more maybe an isometric type 3D platformer like 3D Land or something. But basically you have a yo-yo and you run around and you can roll on your yo-yo and you can use it to like do a double jump or to like swing across gaps. Almost as if it were a double jump. Need to use my abilities, that's what I need to do. But yeah, that's being made by the Sonic Mania team, the Sonic Mania people. Which, you hear that and you go like, oh! You know? This is like a 3D Sonic, basically, in so many words. Well, maybe not so directly, but like, yeah, man, if this was a Sonic, like an isometric Sonic game, I could just look at it and I could just perceive it as that. You know, like, if they were to make a 3D Sonic game, it'd probably look something like this. Actually, if you think about it. Oh, this is worth more, so it's better. It's better even though the stat difference is such. This one's worth... The plain one is worth more in that case, so the plain one's better. Anyway, of the games that were not Nintendo games, Penny's Big Breakaway, that's the one I saw that I remembered seeing, and not for reasons of, like, laughing at it, you know, or saying, like, oh, isn't it funny that they put out this, and they expected people to, like, maybe give a fuck. And my axe reached... Double axes? What? Use double axes? I don't really understand that much, but I guess you could like intentionally equip like certain items to trigger like different to like do that that specialization. I don't know. I don't really like think. I can't imagine like seeing a weapon that has a higher power than the one I have and going like, that doesn't work with my build. That seems like so self-defeating.
I'm not ready.
No? My two-handed mace went up a level as well. That's nice. And I leveled up, so more skill points. Alright, it's now time to start experimenting with these two other moves. This one, we've already discussed, we've already gotten it through like an item thing, item contribution, and it's kind of poopy. So let's see if we can do Steel Grasp, Death Blow. I'm just gonna try them out and see what happens, and I'll refund it and then try out the other one. You know, and once I get my fill. It's kind of like, kind of feels a bit like Rend, but almost a little faster, and I don't know if it's really an AoE like Rend is. Well, it's Rend or my X button. I don't know the names of abilities. I mean, who would? I feel like a lot of people have to play it like this. You know, just sort of like without paying much attention and just like turning their brain off. Because it is like the perfect lizard brain game where you can just like sleepwalk through it, listen to a podcast. I'll say, like, this is the first time playing this game that I've actually like heard the audio for any concerted amount of time, because, you know, a lot of the time I'm listening to a podcast. Though, then again, actually, there have been times where I've been like, you know what, I don't have a podcast to listen to right now, so let's just put on the game and just have it on as I go. No? Boy howdy, does it take a while to walk from one side of the world to the other. We have been walking through towards that main quest for like, I don't know how long, probably like a half hour, probably not that long actually. Just feels like a long time. Because we're like constantly fighting dudes. I wonder if we upgraded our thing, our like potions, would we have like bigger, stronger, heavier duty potions that healed more? That seems to be a problem right now, that the potion doesn't like heal me all the way. Are they becoming less effective as I level up? That's not good. That's probably part of the reason why that boss we tried earlier was giving me so much trouble. Far away from the thing. Let's do another card. I believe this is the first that's... Yep, this is the first of the anime block. A little bit of an anime block here as we talk about shows that have finished. It is the end of the season right now, so a lot of shows are finishing. It is pretty common. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know when I say it's pretty common for shows to end. Shows to end around like the seasonal every 3 months, you know. Jesus. So, first one that ended was on Monday. Kuma 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 Bear Punch, Season 2. That's Punch is their way of saying Season 2. Sometimes they don't say Season 2, they say like some weird name, you know. What's up with all this gold? Just like a trail of gold. Or these enemies I killed earlier but didn't collect the gold of? I don't know. Oh, this is what they call a dead end, so I want to leave this little corner here. I'll take a chest though. So Kuma 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 Bear. It is an isekai wherein oh, my skills are free right now. So I can just spam them. It is an isekai wherein a girl gets reincarnated into a fantasy world that's a little bit honestly a little bit chill and cool and calm and shit. You know, very like very like mellow as fantasy worlds go, I would say. Actually, come to think of it, there's like some not mellow stuff in that first episode. It's just that she's so overpowered. For her, the world is entirely mellow and, you know, toothless, essentially. Basically, the concept is she gets like a pair of like bear-themed pajamas, and so long as she wears it, she's really overpowered. But if ever she were to take it off, she would be very underpowered. So she's always wearing the bear pajamas, much to her chagrin, because she actually wants to be more of a cool girl than like a weirdo running around dressed as a bear. But by season 2, she's kind of more used to it, and they're sort of falling into, honestly, what I would call a rut. She's still a cool character. You know, I kind of like how she sort of plays it as cool. She's sort of played as like a cool girl with like a, you know, sort of like a reserved swagger to her, even though she is dressed as a bear. As a bear, you know, like in the way of like a, I believe it's called like a kurumi or something. Literally in a bear costume with like a hood, like a hoodie with little bear ears on it. You know, like she is, as she's got like bear paws on her fists, you know, and she's got like bear summons. It's a lot of bear stuff. Anyway, I found this season to be pretty boring. There's a lot of episodes that I felt like didn't go anywhere, and made me question why I ended up with the original show as a 4 out of 5, you know, rather than like a 3. In the original season, I thought that it started really badly and then got better, but this one was just like consistently dull. There were a few moments that worked for me, like when the main character, she wanted something and actually like went out of her way to go get it. But mostly it seemed like she was just going with the flow, just like going places and being like running into characters who were like, "Hello, how you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, hey, I'm Bear Person, by the way. How you doing?" And like nothing coming out of it, nothing interesting. There are still cute characters, and you know, a few of them in particular I think about and go like, "Oh yeah, that character is really cute, and I liked seeing her, and I liked that we got to meet her."
Not while I'm in town.
That was itself reasonably cool, but not enough that like makes it interesting beyond like for like a whole 12 episodes. And I'll say, you know, I have another card that's like related to that one. Not necessarily on the same topic. Not necessarily another show, but y'all ever tempted to go back and reevaluate season 1 after a season 2? I sometimes feel this after like watching a sequel season and realizing like, oh, I didn't really love that. I didn't really, you know, something about it just didn't work this time, and I have to wonder like, well, was it always this quality, or did it just start to suck in season 2? And I just really can't tell. I have also been thinking about this recently with Mix, Messai Story, which I'll say it's like a baseball anime about like, you know, high schoolers who also play baseball. But in this last season, it seems like they've barely done any baseball, and also like most of the content has just been like slice of life stuff that focus primarily on like everyone's weird uncles. Like there's a Insomniac character who's like a big part of the show, and he's just walking around going like, "Who am I? I'm just a weird old guy." And it's just like, I don't give a fuck who this guy is. Like, is he the mangaka? Is he the author of the manga? Is that the joke? Why does this have to be like this topic of like conversation for like 10 episodes? Can't you just like focus on like baseball? Or at the very least, like the main characters, they should be the focus, rather than like this old guy and like, oh, this teacher, he used to be on the baseball team back like 20 years ago. It's like, I don't know. If this is like a reference to a previous show that like this is a follow-on from, I don't know that show. I never watched it, and you know, whatever. The show also has just like a feel. The other show, Mixed Messai Story, specifically, talking about that now. sort of a tangent considering. Asshole has the feel of a very old-fashioned show, and maybe just, I don't know, maybe it's just like going week to week, it's just agreeing to me less. I will say of that first season, I did watch it like, you know, I didn't watch it week to week. I watched it like not all at once, but you know, as a backlog thing, something I was watching at my leisure. This one, watching one episode every week, I'm just like so bored. Anyway, I definitely come out of that thinking like, well, I'm gonna give this a 3 out of 5, but I have to wonder like, is the rating for the other season too high, considering like how this one ended up? Or was it good at the time? Should I be standing by that earlier number, or was it completely inaccurate? I know there are some cases where it's like, yeah, no, the show falls off. Like, Promised Neverland is a great example of like, oh no, it turns to shit. There's no way, no two ways about it. The first season was great. The second season just sucks. It's just like the worst. It's just like terrible in every way, shape, and form. I don't know. The other thing is like, look, I probably should not be spending my time, which, you know, is like somewhat limited. I can only rewatch so much anime at one time. What the fuck is going on there? These lava bubbles suck. What the hell? Lava spots, you know? You can only watch so much anime, and are you gonna really spend it like rewatching something that's not going to be like best of the best and just is at best looking to be like, oh yeah, 4 out of 5 is right. You know, at best, it keeps a 4 out of 5. Is that really worth the time? Is that really worth the energy? I don't know. I like to reevaluate things if I'm not sure about it, you know? I like to know, like, okay, well, is the number right? Well, let me just put in the time and see. That can be hard to do, you know, hard to get through, but when I do that, I feel good to know, like, okay, I am sure now this number stands, or I am sure now number going down. If I had to bet, you know what, I bet it did probably go down a bit. Just at least a scotch anyway. And I'll say, like, if I'm looking at the review, I looked at, like, the AniList, a review average of Mixed Season 2, and, like, yeah, it's like it's a frowny face, you know? It's like 59% on average, which is pretty bad for a Season 2 of a show, you know? If a show is a 3 out of 5, they probably shouldn't be making more of it. There's so many other shows that are, like, 5 out of 5s that never get Season 2s. So it must just be that they fucked up this season, or, you know, I'll say that in some cases it's not necessarily the production team that fucks up a season, you know. It could be a factor of just like, yeah, you know, the plot of like where the show went. Oh right, I just remembered I have a fucking R ability, right trigger ability. I've been forgetting to use it for like the last since I got it. It does have a long cooldown. What was I saying? Whatever. I was saying, it feels good to reevaluate a show and know where it stands. And if I had to bet, I would say that these shows probably did fall off. I do think I should trust my original opinions. It's just like, oh, what if? I guess I just worry like, what if I did go back and find out like, oh, you know, Oh, maybe these golds has just been left by treasure goblins doing treasure goblin things. That explains it. I guess another thing about that is, like, particular is that I don't tend to, like, rewatch shows before season 2 hits. You know, unless I happen to time things out perfectly. So, if ever I do a rewatch, it'll be down the line. You know, probably, like, well after the season airs. And if it's bad, I'm much less inclined to do so. Jeez, these potions are just going a lot less far. I don't remember. I haven't done the potion quest on any of my other characters, but I don't think they're quite as. I don't think they're having quite this much of a problem on potions yet. But maybe also I just like have been like managing it somehow, you know, just getting by. How about we talk about the next show? Talk about the next show here. And I'll say again, you know, I went with the 3, which to me means average, you know, for Kuma Kuma. I don't think it's the worst. I think there are episodes and moments where it's like, okay, well, I like these characters. There's cute stuff going on. It's just too boring is the problem. You know? Next show, next show.
I'm not ready.
I finished Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible. Went with 5 out of 5 with a heart for that. I thought that show was just the cutest thing in the world, and also had a really cool and solid premise. Basically, the premise of the show is that there's this guy, I believe his name is Shiraishi, and he is practically, for all purposes, invisible. Like, he has so little presence that no one notices him, to the point where it's practically a superpower, you know? We're like, oh, when they call attendance in the morning, the teacher won't be able to see him, and it's like, oh, is Shiraishi absent? And he always has to say, like, no, I'm here. And everyone will be surprised at that, like, oh shit, he's here. You know, like other examples of like, oh, he's going to the store, and you know, he really has to work hard to draw the clerk's attention because she cannot see him. You know, literal other cases where characters are just like walking past him or like missing him, that he's just like obviously there. Because he quote-unquote has so little presence. And that's just a funny little gimmick. Just to be carried to, like, it's... You know, to the logical conclusion of, like, how far that can go. They get a lot of good little jokes and bits out of that. Which is, funny.
I need more time.
But the main thing is that it's sort of a romance. It's definitely a romance. But... basically, there is one girl, Kubo, who will not let Shiraishi stay invisible because she can see him. And, you know, she's kind of interested in him. You know, apparently from, like, the first, where she heard about him, and it's like, she asked, hey, why is, in the yearbook, in, like, another, in, like, Shiraishi's yearbook, here's a good, like, little joke that they do, that they mention a couple times. In, like, his middle school yearbook, he was edited into the photo, even though he was actually in it, because they thought he wasn't in it. They couldn't find him, so they edited him in. That's the sort of like situation he is in. But Kubo, she sees him, and she is just like constantly interested in like you know, fucking with him and being like you know, talking to him, teasing him, interacting with him. It's very cute. It's very tender. She is like does a lot of like very, very, very cute expressions. You know, like chibi, extremely chibi. You know, some of the cutest chibi expressions you've ever seen, and I really loved those. And you know, when it came back, it was like on hiatus for like 3 months because it fell behind. Production had to be delayed 3 months. But when it came back, I was so pleased. And considering that, and considering like how good the cute content is. So, hey, by the way. Oh, I guess this is the place where Slowskin, that's where the druid stuff is. The druid stuff is over here. We're slightly over in Dry Steppes for our barbarian stuff. Cool.
I need more time.
Which, hey, means we can just get a waypoint. We don't have to do like a huge mission to unlock a waypoint.
Barbarian.
Anyway, Kubo, loved it. Full marks, favorites, S tier status, however you want to frame it. That show is extremely good and extremely cute. I'm very glad I watched it, and you know, in both of the seasons that it was in, you know, both last season and this season that's just ending, you know, winter and spring, it was the cutest thing on, bar none. So that alone is an accomplishment. And it might just be the cutest thing of the year, all told. Who knows, though? We'll see what else comes out and what else is good. Let's see what's up with this.
You are a child of Ariat, yet you bear no.
The winds of battle carry me.
Spoken like a warrior. We oxen have been fortunate. If you wish to join your.
Okay, so find Katra. We got a new guy to find. That was not very just go to a place and get some dialogue and go another place. Cool. Oh, that's Diablo for you. It's not just gonna be like go here and here you go. Another card. Finish, skip, and loafer. Landed on 5 stars for that. 5 out of 5, you know. Pretty much a perfect score, though, albeit not S tier. You know, not a favorite, you know, not an all-time favorite. You know what I mean?
Do you now? The tales walk tall ahead of you.
So we're traveling to the hunting ground now. And we got another barbarian in tow. Where is the hunting ground? Oh, it's a place I've already been. Perfect, cool. I've already walked through there, actually. It's cool. Anyway, Skip and Loafer, it's a show about, like, I would say it's about friendships verging on romance between, like, this, really, like, girl who's out of her element. She's traveled from, like, the rural Japan into central Japan, you know, like, Tokyo and stuff, in order to, like, attend a really fancy high school. And she is just, like, constantly wrecked with nerves and, just trying her best despite... Jeez, I was not paying attention to my health there, or was I?
Vermin imagine they can take our land as they please. We must often remind them otherwise.
Right,
See what you can do.
the mammoths and stuff. Gotcha. So, what was I saying? So she's kind of a mess, but she's also, like, clearly competent, clearly, like, driven, and very much, like, full of... She's talented, you know? She's always, like, riddled with her nerves, but always also trying to do better, and, when she does do stuff, it's clear, like, she knows what she's doing. You know, the first thing that happens in that show... Spoilers for the first episode, but, like, minor spoilers. It's like, oh, she fucks up on the train, you know, trying to get to school because she's not been to the city before. And, once she gets there, she finds out, like, oh, you know, despite being the incoming class representative, you know, the highest score going into the school year, you know, the highest test score, or whatever. She forgot the speech she wrote at home, or like the notes that she had written down to be like, what are we doing here, by the way? We're just slaying things. Okay, whatever. The druid did a stronghold for her expertise thing, which was sure as a hell a lot more involved than either this one or the other one. You know, the one that I did for Rogue, which is basically just like walk a place, walk a place, walk a place. Didn't really have to kill much for Rogue. Go in a dungeon for the last one. Let's try refunding this and trying out Steel Grasp. Not really sure. Oh, right, hey, I forgot about that I had a point. Death Blow deals extra damage to bosses. Oh, if it kills an enemy, it's reset. You know what, let's try both of them out, and I'm just going to equip both of them real fast. Because I really don't like this one anyway. Anyway, she meets a boy who is like her foil, her opposite. He is just like calmly confident, you know, and like, you know, still very clearly has things going on, things that stress him out, but very much just like plays it cool and just like always relax and chill. And they sort of become friends, and it's very, very affirming and very like sweet and earnest. And you know, she tries her best, and he is like sort of a little bit inspired by it, and surprised that like, oh yeah, we're just friends, and it's not like romantic or anything, you know. I'm used to like, you know, girls just being like too attracted to him to like really consider anything else, and she is just like doesn't have that like bone in her, you know, isn't just looking for action, just genuinely looking to be friends, which gets past some like defense of his. Anyway, the thing I would say about fucking really. The thing I would say about Skip and Loafer is that it's very clear how stressful this all is. You know, everything is for all the characters, you know, all the characters in high school and shit. But it's also very clear the way it handles it that, like, yeah, everything's gonna be okay. These things that seem so hard, so stressful, they'll pass, and everything will be cool, and everyone will be chill, and you'll make some friends, and, you know, if there's, like, and, like, if there's, like, and, like, everyone can be friends if they just, or a lot of people could be friends if they just give the other person a chance, and, like, you know, give it an earnest try, you know. Jeez, I am very fragile right now. I feel like I do not have a lot of health. And I know this game is sort of like scales based on your level. So like if I had done this earlier, maybe these guys would be softer. Well, I guess actually this is like specifically stuff that is like specific to like past level 15. So probably not, but I do think it's a shame that, like, you cannot just simply level up to like, you know, overcome, like, a... You know, I suppose I could also just, like, bring the world tier down. The difficulty down, whatever. I am playing on I am playing on the intermediate difficulty, the level 2. So if I wanted this to be less challenging, I do have that option. I started on 1, but then I was like, you know what? Give me a little bit of challenge, and it has indeed been a little bit of challenge. Or a plague maggot. Anyway, I really enjoyed Skip and Loafer. Full marks. Great drama. Great, like, it's a great friendship between the two of them. And, like, it could very easily, like, blossom into romance, but I also think it's very cool that it didn't, you know, within this season. You know, that, like, this was just, it was just a very, very healthy, very, like, it was just a very healthy relationship as far as, like, yeah, just, like, extremely good friends. And, you know, if ever it becomes something more romance, more explicitly romantic, That'd be cool. And I will say, like, there are moments where, like, they do think about each other in that way, right? They do think like, oh wow, he is hot. Is everyone in the city this hot? And the answer is no. He is just particularly hot, this guy. And she's like kind of like an average, you know, she's just like a kind of played as a bumpkin. You know, that's sort of like her. Not particularly stylish, you know, she just sort of wears whatever. She's like, you know, she's not from the city. She doesn't know, like, what's fashionable in the city, is the idea. And Skip and Loafer. She's just sort of a... God, I feel like when I pop a potion, I should be good. But I wasn't. I feel like these chains aren't doing that much for me. Like, wasn't that supposed to grab them and bring them in? But to what end? What do I need to grab them and bring them in for? I can only attack one person up close, so getting multiple people to me isn't that useful. And if they're that close, like my X attack isn't gonna hit them. So it's not as good. I think what we're learning is that, of the things on that level, it's gotta be the death blow. And you know what? It does extra damage to bosses. That's just gonna be really good to help me, like, you know, fight bosses. You know? So yeah, let's go ahead and, fuck that, and grab that. Increase damage to bosses. Death Blow gives Flurry. If Death Blow damages at least one enemy, gain Berserking. Oh, that sounds good. I have stuff that procs off Berserking, so it's good to have more things that trigger Berserking. And yeah, if there's any, like, little enemies around, I guess I can just spam it. I will say one thing. I think I like that to be on right trigger instead of left trigger. Let me change that. Oh, there's like a big view. If you do right stick. Huh. Go figure. Wait, you can select which... You can select which weapon does each move? Some of them you can do. Huh. Well, isn't that something? I suppose this hasn't been a thing with any of my other weapons that I've had so far. I'll have it do auto select then. That sounds good. And yeah, put it on right trigger. Perfect.
Not ready.
That's nice. And if ever there's like a bunch of little guys around, the only thing I wish is I wish it was bigger. The AoE is pretty small. If you want to like hit like multiple enemies with it, they have to be like pretty much right up in your face. That feels pretty good though. I like how you know what, if you use this strategically, it's pretty good. If you miss it and then you have to wait 15 seconds, you feel a bit like a fool.
I must wait.
Where am I going? I'm not going in the right direction. Going the wrong way. There's a cave entrance, apparently. You go to it. I don't know what all that gallow wine and other crafting materials is for. And I don't know that I care. Another anime. I finished Konosuba, An Explosion on This Wonderful World. Thought it was like a 5 out of 5 show, you know. Great, but 5 out of 5, you know, not an all-time favorite, but still pretty fucking good. And then I started rewatching the original Konosuba right after that because, you know, it's sort of a prequel. Konosuba, An Explosion on This Wonderful World. Sort of a prequel from the oh, that's right, we have to do this whole thing. Did we not already do this? Oh, we already did this guy. Oh, maybe this is different. Oh, this is an event. I don't think this is... We still have to go to the cave entrance. So yeah, Konosuba, it's about the mage character from that original show. Basically, she was a joke character in the original show. She's a joke character who, her joke is, she only does explosion magic, which is like the strongest type of magic available, but also, there's basically just like a nuclear explosion that goes off. But also, she can only do it once a day, and once she does it, she's just down for the day and can do nothing else. So she's sort of like a one-hit wonder, the ultimate glass cannon. Can, like, take out, like, basically any enemy, but is useless for, like, most scenarios. And, well, that's a bit of fun to have, ooh. Look at those numbers. Ooh, look at those numbers. Can I not, like, look at the other slots? Oh, that one's... These are both two-handed, so they take up both slots. Wait, I have... Two-handed slashing. Okay, so I have, like, so many equipment slots, I guess, for her. So, there's not like I can... Wait, for this one, I can... For dual wielding, you can do either. Okay, okay. This is all pretty good. Let's slot some shit into this. Let's see what we can get. Weapon, critical strike, damage over time. Oh, that sounds fun. Damage over time. Weapon, ultimate skill. I don't have ultimate skills. Overpower damage. I don't think I have any overpower damage. So yeah, just 2 damage over times then. Easy. I don't have any other sockets yet. No. Perfect. Okay, cool. Wait, what's this? Consumables. Oh, wow. I have a cache. What's that for? Just a quest item. Anyway, so Konosuba... So it takes place in her, like, for the first part, anyway, takes place in her hometown, where she is, like, learning the way of the mage and doing a bunch of stuff with her family and stuff. And it's a really cool premise because she is like the other thing that's like a joke about her is that she is a chunibyo. You know, in this fantasy world, she has like all the pretensions of like, you know, of like a classic chunibyo character in a you know, she has all the pretenses of a chunibyo character in a non-fantasy anime. You know, she runs around being like, I am called Megamin, you know. I am the foremost magic caster amongst the Crimson Demons. And the thing is, and this was revealed in like the movie of Konosuba, where they go to the place, you know, they go to her hometown, which the show mostly takes place in, and they found out like, oh, all the Crimson Demons are like this. All the Crimson Demons just like start off their introductions like that. They're all just like, I am Bingo Bongo, and I am the foremost pasta chef in this. I am the foremost pasta chef and archmage in this town here, and I own the local bakery as well. You know, they're all archmages. They all They all like, you know, have extremely powerful, ridiculous magic, and also, you know, someone's got to be the town baker. It's one of the archmages. It's a very funny joke. And one thing that's kind of surprising about the show is that they kind of play it straight for as long as they're in the town. You know, they kind of play it like, oh yeah, she's going to magic school. They're like learning about like how magic works, but also none of them get any magic until they're ready to graduate, because one of the things about the Crimson Demons is they like to save all their skill points. They save all their skill points until they can learn advanced magic, and they just preferably start with that and just don't fuck around with any of the intermediate magic. You know, they go right to Archmage like right off the bat, and they do that by training in magic school and getting a bunch of free XP while they're in school in order to spend on like advanced magic, you know, down the line. Which is a silly idea, and they kind of play it straight, you know. You can tell, like, you know, you sort of buy into her like desire to one day cast magic, cast explosive magic. You know, the nuclear magic that is so impractical and you know, it is literally called joke magic by anyone in the show. When she talks to them about it, they say like, "Oh, that's joke magic. You shouldn't learn that. That's a waste. That's just not a good idea." You know, it's joke magic. You can only cast it like once, and it's so impractically big. You're better off casting like a dozen smaller spells, is the thing. But she loves it, is the thing. The sheer, like, scale of destruction and all. And you buy into that, and you want her to do it, and when she does, it's great. And then at that point, it sort of transitioned into something that's, like, more just resembles, honestly, like, just like the original show. It's just like a recap, a rehash of the original show, where they go, like, through the locations the original show went to. The town where there's a bunch of weird cultists, the road between the town with the cultists and the starting town, and then finally they go to the starting town for a while. They go to the starting town for a while, and, you know, it's like, okay, well, it is kind of a rehash of the original show, but it's still funny. And, you know, there are moments in there that...
The Forge Master was right to send you. Great.
There are moments in there...
Survive what?
There are moments in there where, like, the context of the show makes some of the things that they show in, like, the backstory really, really fucking funny, which I think is great. Even after, like, it transitions to being more just bog standard, like, backstory anime, rather than something that feels more like a serious version of like, you know, the town where everyone is a joke character, but they play it straight. You know, you buy into their lives, you believe in them, and you care about them. And you want them earnestly, you want them to become big and strong and cast the magic that they like. I think my favorite bit was... Minor spoilers for like the show, but my favorite bit was there's a bit where she says to herself, like, oh my god, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna find the party that's right for me, and we're gonna be like a, you know, like a noble rogue, a courageous whatever the fuck, and like a great archmage, and we're going to, you know, we're gonna solve all our problems with like bravery and you know, honor, and no chicanery whatsoever. No chicanery for us, which is very funny considering, like, no, you guys are a bunch of bastards. You guys, that's very knowing, right? Of like, yeah, your fate. I know your fate, and it's not great. It's not good. Your party is kind of the bunch of dickholes, which is very funny, you know. It's all the original show, Konosuba. I'll talk about that for a second. I'll say, like, it is different in a lot of ways from, like, what I remembered, and, like, different from the spin-off material even after, you know, it becomes more POG standard. Turns out, the original show is a lot hornier, and is a lot like more leery. You know, it's funny because the character designs aren't different. The character designs aren't different, but you know, little material details of like, how long do you stay on this shot of this character's butt? You know, how long do you stay on this shot of like just like staring down this character's like, you know, top? Little things like that add up to make a show more hornt than even with the same character designs. I guess that's also the case in reverse. Like there are some spin-offs that are the opposite, like the Don Machi spin-off is like 1000% hornier than the show, just because I think the main reason is it doesn't have the protagonist. You know, the protagonist of the show is like really pure as the driven snow, despite all of the other characters being kind of horned up and you know, raring to go for him. He is just like so pure and just like you know, only has eyes for the one girl he has a crush on. You know, not really interested in any of the other girls, and that framing makes it so that a lot of the other stuff just doesn't really matter so much. It's not really a big deal, but you know, let's see. But you know, just a little bit of like different tone, different feel can make such a big difference, I guess. But anyway, I'm still enjoying watching it. It's very funny. I would describe Konosuba as being like Always Sunny-like insofar as like, yeah, all the characters are like intentionally awful and like dickheads and fuckers and you know, garbage people. You know, it's intentional. That said, like, is the cameraman also one of those terrible people? Because yeah, the way that it's just like goes in for every shot, frames every shot around like butts and asses and boobs and stuff is like a little distracting in a way that's like, that's not really parody. Are you parodying like anime? Maybe it is parody. Maybe it is parodying like anime that's or that leery, but it ends up being like
Katra tells me she's never seen
indistinguishable from the from the real thing. You know? I got weapon technique. What is weapon technique? The technique slot allows the player to choose a weapon expertise effect that applies to all their attacks, regardless of what weapon they are using. Oh. So I get to choose any of these, and maybe the effect will be stronger based on like how many ones it is. Okay, let's see. Are any of these related to like sustain? I really need health. I really need like life gain. When using an axe. Progress. Assign technique. Wait, so do none of these activate until I equip them? So like this technique slot allows you. Wait. So okay, so there is always a passive effect. But like the active effect is sort of doubled, and then I put it into the any weapon slots. Okay, so 4% damage to stunned enemies. That's nothing. That sounds like nothing to me. Lucky hits, 1% chance to gain fury when hitting a crowd-controlled enemy. That sounds like nothing to me. Damage to vulnerable enemies increased. I don't think I have anything that imparts vulnerable. 0 per. I guess each one of these points is a point towards like the percentage on whatever. So I have 0 of this. So I've never used a pole arm, I guess. Also, I don't want that. 4% of the damage you deal is inflicted as bleeding damage over 5 seconds. That sounds like extra damage to me. Get extra fury, especially when berserking. That sounds like maybe the best one as far as like the effect is pretty dramatic. You know, it sounds like I would get that pretty often. But also I don't really know that I need extra fury. We're going with this one, two-handed sword. 4% of damage we deal is inflicted as bleeding damage. That's extra damage, right? That's just extra damage, basically. Free damage. All right, that's cool. That's what's up with that thing. Shit, that was like 3 hours of Diablo, 2 hours of as this character here, as the guy. Should we go back into a dungeon and like give another crack at it? I'd be curious if like the dungeon we went to earlier still has the boss like accessible. You know what? Let me do. I want to find out like what the fuck. Let's go upgrade our healing potions. This is probably something we really need to do like this whole stream, considering like how much we've been like roughed up by enemies. But whatever. Also, I'm gonna do another card. Finished Yuri is my job. Right, so this is the last anime I finished since the last stream. It was one that came out today. And, so it took me a while to sum up my thoughts before the stream, so that's part of the, that's part of the reason why the stream was a little bit late today, because, like, I watched it and then spent a while, like, trying to dilly-dally over, like, the review I put over at AnnieList.com, where I put my anime reviews, and I try to sum up all what I thought about it in, like, 9 lines worth when you hover over the thing.
Father bless. What do you need?
Whoops.
What will it be?
So,
Everything breaks, the forge is hot.
that's better. I didn't like Rupture anyway. So,
Let's go salvage.
So basically the concept of Yuri is my job is that there's a girl and she is like she is like a very, very cute girl and very, very likable. Everyone likes her. And immediately you're looking at her and you say like, okay, she's just a girl, just a regular girl. And then she reveals like in her monologue like, oh, this is all, I'm playing it up. I'm trying to be as cute as possible so that everyone would like me. I'm actually very cynical on the inside, and it's very funny. And basically, she's like a character who's just like, she puts on a facade of cuteness, which is kind of fun and kind of adorable. Honestly, I would call it adorable. You know, there's moments where like someone's like, oh my god, you're so cute. And, you know, she's just smiling externally, and, like, you can hear her in her monologue going, like, damn right I'm cute! You know how much work it is to be this cute? You know, like, of course I'm cute. I'm so good at this. Like, it's just funny. Like, the internal monologue just being so much in contrast with what she does externally. And also, she ends up working at a maid cafe, which is, like, the perfect fit for her, where basically they do, like, role-playing, where it's a cafe with a high concept, where the concept is basically they role play as characters in like a Yuri fiction, right? You know, girl, basically, girl relationships, where like Yuri is like the Japanese world for like media that is like specifically exploring girl relationships and, you know, tensions thereof, you know, romantic tension of a girl nature. Anyway, so in Yuri Is My Job, it's just like a cafe where occasionally the characters, the cast members, they sort of just like go to a corner and start doing like a skit, or like, you know, they'll like caress each other's chins and shit, and you know, say like really like leading statements to each other and like really just flirt with each other, and then everyone who's at the cafe goes, oh, which is very funny, the fact that they're playing to a live audience. And also, you know, like, yeah, this is mostly all an act. That's kind of the idea. And you know, it's fun. It's a fun thing. And also, you know, like when you're watching, it's like, oh, I also have this inside track as far as like what the main character thinks. You know, her interiority is great. I also know that like, oh, I'm privy to all this like behind the scenes drama that also adds a lot of dimension and stuff to like the Yuri flirting. You know, like, this is an act, but is this an act? And this character actually hates this character, even though she has to flirt with her in like for her job. And isn't that interesting? Isn't that ooh? It's great. I do think the drama can get a little heavy sometimes, but I quite thoroughly enjoyed it. I would give it a perfect score, though it's not S tier for me. Yuri Is My Job.
Not while I'm in town.
What? Oh, I thought he wanted to attack the guy.
Well, you certainly have the look of someone who spends a lot of time in the wilds. I expect you'll also want.
I don't know what an elixir is. No, I just want healing potions.
On your healing potion.
Okay, it can be upgraded at the alchemist. You need golden herbs. Perfect.
Brewed to order.
Wait, what? Why are there multiple? Okay, so there's like different tiers. Get this one, and I need level 20 to upgrade it again. So I'm just about as good as I can be. I'm not really interested in any of this. And refined resources? What? What does that mean? Refined resources. Okay. Well, that seemed to be pretty good. That probably will help us a good deal. I'm tempted to go back into that dungeon and give it another shot at it. I'm not sure if we can, like, necessarily do it. Oh, also, I need a title. Hang on. Let me do a title. Y to edit. Blue Alchemist. Blue Beast. Grave Boots. Grave Boots! There we go. Sword. What? Oh, god damn it. Didn't save. Grave Boots. This one. Confirm. Perfect. Grave Boots. That's us. I want to give this dungeon one more try. Give that boss one more try. Then maybe we'll head over and do some, we'll do some Ape Out to end on. That was sort of the high concept of this stream, doing this and that. And I'll say I have a lot of cards left, honestly. I guess even with a stream where we mostly are talking, there still wasn't enough time to get through all the ones I had prepared. But we got through the ones that are like the most timely, and
I need more time.
tomorrow's stream will have a lot of opportunities for more cards. And honestly, it's good to have. I do think it's best to have cards that are like, you know,
I need more time.
not recurring too many times. I don't like to reuse cards all that often, so leaving a lot of them for tomorrow, I think, makes sense. Makes sense to me. I will say, though, I'm looking forward to the next season of anime. Let's do this one. Do this card. Horimiya, Missing Pieces, which is like a... I've listed here all the sequel seasons that I'm watching. Just like because they're from series that I'm already watching. Horimiya, Missing Pieces, that's like a sequel season to... It's not a sequel season quite because Horimiya kind of ended. But it's like stuff that they skipped over in making like a single season of anime. Which, okay, sure, I really loved Horimiya. I'll watch more of it. I just think it's kind of weird to just be like, okay, so you know how we skip stuff? We're making it into another season, even though it's sort of in the middle. Oh well. Mono no Gatari Core 2. That's an action show about Sugumomos. About Mononagaris. I don't know what they're called, but they're the things that the objects that turn into people that have like object-related abilities. It's a whole thing. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, a lot of hype for that. Rent a Girlfriend Season 3, that'll be pretty good. The Devil is a Part-Timer Season 2, Core 2. Didn't know that was coming so soon, but hell yeah, I'm really that first season was... That first part of Season 2 was, I think it was good. I think it was pretty good. I think it was a solid 5-star show. Spy Classroom Season 2, I'm surprised that it had a Season 2 so quickly, but sure, I'll watch another season of Spy Classroom. I think Season 1 was like a season or two ago. So that's weird to see it's back so soon. And also, yeah, there'll be a lot of new anime. Like, just fucking tons. Just fucking tons of new anime. Oh yeah, that health potion is much better now. And also we do have like new things that are working in our favor, like the whole... You know what? I think we can do it this time. I think we can do this dungeon this time. I do at some point want to play multiplayer with someone. Anyway, like lots of new stuff coming out this season. I'll say I tend to not really think too heavily about an upcoming season until it's actually like happening. You know, until I actually like watch the shows, watch the episodes, and see for myself what is and what isn't good. And I'll say what's nice is that I'm gonna be on vacation like in like the week of July 4th and the week after, so I will have, like, for once, I will have plenty of time to, like, watch the first episode of every show without, like, you know, it getting in the way of anything else I want to do. You know, it's not going to be weird as far as, like, oh, yeah, streaming and doing this and doing that and, oh, shit, you know, work. Nah, it's just going to be a lot of me watching animes, doing maybe daytime streams. Maybe we'll do some daytime streams during those weeks. And getting a lot of shit done. And that'll be a good... I'm really hoping to like catch up with my clip stuff, you know, get all the stuff all clipped up to present. And, you know, probably I'll roll up like clip shoutouts at that point, or I say roll out. I'll start doing them, you know. Other people have clip shoutouts. I'll say that I will do them myself. Is what I mean. That'll be good. It's exciting. Season of anime. It's always bittersweet, you know. I feel like I say this every fucking season, where it's like, okay, there's like maybe half a dozen shows, maybe even upwards of a dozen shows in any given season that I actually really loved, you know. And even the ones that I don't like, that don't make S tier, that aren't like in the favorite, they're great, you know. They're, I'll be sad to see them go and sad to see them end. Most shows fall into either 5 stars for me. I'll say like 5 stars is by far and away my most common rating, you know. Because I tend to self-select the things that I like, and you know, most things I would say are pretty fucking good. At least most things that I end up sticking with. Anyway. I need to be using my big smash because holy shit. That does like do extremely good. Actually. Is that better? What's the money? The gold one is a little bit more expensive. Does more damage per hit. Same attack per second. Damage to healthy enemies. Basic skill damage. Yeah, basic skill damage sounds like a good thing. I like basic skill damage. Let's go with that. You know what? Fuck it. Higher damage. This way. Oh, it's nice being able to fucking heal good now. I would almost, you know, maybe it might make even more sense to do it like, you know, get to level 20 and then go in here, but I don't know. I guess the thing is, like, a thing is, there's no reason to wait because it all scales with us. Everything scales with us, and there's like a million billion dungeons, you know. We could easily, you know, you could easily like focus on completely different dungeons as someone else and realize like, oh, you went in there, you know. And like, if you were to go to every dungeon, you would be leveled out. You would be like leveled out of like Act 1 stuff like pretty quickly. And I'm pretty sure. I guess also, you know, from what I hear, you want to go to Act 2 and 3 as soon as possible because like Act 4 is what has mounts, you know. So you want to go through the motions there.
I must wait.
Oh shit. That's pretty good. The slam there did extra damage, also got reset. No reset there. Alright.
I'm not ready yet.
Really gone good. Ooh. How about another card? Looking forward to N64 Online news. The one thing not present at the Direct, the anime block, by the way, is over. We're back to talking about games and shit. The one thing missing from the Direct is any announcement of like, yeah, you know, this game coming out. I suppose it's just the thing of like, well, you know, look, we already announced the games that are coming out like right just now, and if you look, you'll see that we already have plenty of games that have not been put out to go. You know, we still have like Excitebike that hasn't come out yet. Plenty of others have yet to hit. So, you know, we kind of like have a lot left before we have to like, you know, roll it out at a Direct, you know? But at the same time, I don't know, I want to hear like, hey, when is Excitebike? Is that like a month from now? Is that like the end of the year? The cadence has fallen a little bit as far as like, you know,
I must wait.
it's been a while since the last one. And also, it does kind of seem like now they're not gonna stick with that schedule, you know, quite like they were doing originally. You know, it's not gonna be one a month anymore, which I think is just a damn shame. You know, one a month is ideal, is perfect. You know, that just gives you an N64 game to play every month, and you know, there's not that many of them, so you do one a month long enough, and you'll get through them all in like you know, a couple years. But I guess that's the thing, you know, they do that, they'll get through all of them in a couple years, and
I need more time.
they do want to space it out. I understand that. I also, you know what I'll say? I'll say this, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if around the time that Super Mario RPG comes out, the remake, I wouldn't be surprised if they put out the original on SNES Online. Maybe that's a silly thought, right? Like if they put it out as part of SNES Online, the one that's, you know, literally cheap, you know, why would anyone buy the new version? Well, I think there's plenty of reasons why you would buy the new version. It looks really fucking good. Mainly, this is better armor, and we don't need the lightning resistance right now. Better. Worse. Better. Alright, shit, we got another socket here. Ultimate skill, critical strike to crowd control enemies. I don't know I have anything that overpowers, so I'm just gonna go with the critical strike damage. I don't even know if I'm doing critical strikes. I don't even, like, know how often those are, so I don't know how much increasing it is, like, valuable. Maybe the yellow is criticals. Or the blues. Sometimes the font of the numbers flying off are a different color. Who knows? Anyway. Whoopsie daisy. Just walking right into that. Anyway. I will say, like, one of the things I want to do. Whenever they put out Banjo-Tooie on N64 Online, I want to give that a full replay. And that'll be on stream and all. And I love that game, so that'll be good as hell. You know, obviously I could just play that on 360. I mean, not on 360, on the Xbox. On the Xbox version of that game, which was originally on the 360, but now is just, you know, on practically everything, you know. Not really a distinction, you know. I could very easily do that, but I don't know. I'm not really, like, super sold on that idea. I feel like it's I just want to wait until it comes out, and I feel like that'll be the most thing that makes sense. And when it does come out, I'm gonna want to replay it, so you know, it only makes sense logically. I suppose this is silly to start fighting this guy before I've cashed in my stuff. The walls count towards the ability refreshing, which is nice.
I must wait.
This game is pretty sick, and you know, the thing that's kind of like, at least the way I'm playing it, it's very like habit forming, is the fact that, like, you know, there's 5 classes, and you can very easily get an entirely different experience playing one of the other ones, and I just like to switch characters and just give that thing a go, and just, should I get this? One of the things I do notice, I do become unstoppable if I do this, and one of the things the spider was giving me trouble with is that I kept getting, like, rooted. So if I have this, I can get out of that situation. Let's go ahead and grab that, and that'll probably help with the boss once we get back to it. It is also just, like, got so much content, and you know, I'll say I'm surprised that, like, yeah, these dungeons, I went through the same one, like, multiple times as, like, all 5 different characters, you know. One that was story-related, one I think that was just, like, an optional one that I happened to find and think was, like, the critical path, you know. Maybe not the critical path, but I thought it was, like one I was supposed to do, you know, or one that was like intended as like, oh, this is like a starter dungeon, you know, whereas the reality seems to be like, no, they're all starter dungeons, and they're all not starter dungeons. They're dungeons of whenever you get to them. Oh, look at that! I'm able to kick this guy out of the poop because I did all that business, because I got that move. Let me see here. Knocked into train, take damage. Train damaging makes vulnerable. I probably want to have Iron Skin have 1. I want to keep that. Let me take some of this and put it over here. And give me the vulnerable as well. That sounds good. Yeah, okay. Look at this. We have a complete loadout, though. I imagine when I get, like, new moves, options to new moves, I'm sure, access to new moves, I'm sure I'll want to, like, change it up entirely. Why is this gold? This is not a good scene.
I'm not ready.
Oh, you really have to, like, for the vulnerability, you really have to, like, act quick, or else your time will be up.
I'm not ready.
Does like a swing attack at the end. Let me do another card here. Did you hear about all the Activision trial stuff? Right, Microsoft Activision trial stuff. Yeah, apparently the trial is going on. Originally I was gonna talk about like what I heard a couple days ago, but it seems like that's been developing really fast, so that you know, the thing about okay, apparently there was some smoking gun, quote unquote, where like
I'm not ready yet.
I thought that would be okay. Not sure what this one did, but it does something. There was some sort of smoking gun in the Microsoft case where someone at Microsoft said like, "Oh, you know, this is gonna really hurt Sony. This is gonna put them out of business." Is apparently what they claimed, you know, which is antitrust. But honestly, hearing that, my reaction is like, well, you know, in the industry, people say things like Halo killer all the time. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean, oh, we want to put Bungie out of business, or we want to put Halo out of business. No, it just means, usually it just means like we want to be able to like, you know, take over as the leader, you know, which isn't necessarily like anti-competitive. It's just like marketing, you know. Not to say that that's not weird, you know, but like, I don't think it necessarily makes the case. And apparently what they're doing right now over in court is they're trying to make the case of like, oh yeah, well look, buddy, you know, Microsoft, not big compared to Sony. Sony has been in the lead since Microsoft entered the console space, like you know, such and such years ago. Like, they have never been number one. Like, maybe temporarily in US and Europe in the 360 era, but overall, like, Sony eventually made up that gap. And but oh Jesus, this is still not good here. And also, I wasted my big smack. Boy, I wish that the Y was on cooldown
We need more time.
more often. Fuck. Maybe what I really need is like enough experience to get to level 20 so that I can get that extra good healing thing if I want to do this, you know.
By the Father's light, he
Found an old boil in my hand that makes 17 so far.
I mean, I could also try like
Unexpected.
you know, we could also try engaging with some other systems that I've been totally ignoring. Salvage all junk. Ooh, also, I got a ring, and that's whatever it is. I didn't have one before, so, you know, straight upgrade. Better armor? Okay. Better knife. Yeah, I did equip the knife, right? It's worth less. But it does more damage. I'm gonna trust the DPS. Let me see. Item upgrading. Upgrade an item. Oh, okay. You do it here. Well, let's see now. What can we upgrade? Does it make a difference? I don't know. Well, honestly, what I need is more like damage resist, so let's try upgrading like our whatever, our best armor. We'll do the helm because that has like effects on it. Okay. Okay. Okay, give me the full upgrade on that.
Need something for it?
And tell you what, give me so this just gets more armor. Okay, that's yeah, might as well. Okay, give me the greaves. Why not? Let's just blow it out. Why not? Give me better weapon. And, you know what? Most of my attacks are going to be like the dual wielding. So upgrade these ones as well, please.
Unexpected.
Okay, don't have enough for that. What about this one then? Okay, perfect.
Need something for it?
This feels like I'm wasting stuff by just equipping whatever junk I have on. Or just upgrading this junk I have on, but whatever, easy come, easy go.
Not bad. Anything breaks.
The alternative is I will do nothing. And that's not gonna help me out either.
Can I help you?
Oh. That looks a lot better than what I have. And it costs most of the money that I have on most of my money. Okay, well. You know what? We're not the the buying weapons type. That's weird. I'm not gonna do that. Boy howdy, that's not what I'm gonna do. Maybe I can get like a thing that makes it so I take less damage from this guy. Cold, fire, lightning, poison, shadow. What's shadow? That's not like just damage or whatever. Increase armor by 50, okay. Okay, I'm gonna take this.
I must wait.
And we're gonna go back in there and we're gonna take that potion and see what happens. This is like classic, you know, in Tears of the Kingdom they tell you this too. Don't just bang your head against a thing. Instead what you wanna do is you wanna do something, then come back prepared, you know? Okay. Let us go. How many more tries should we do? Do 3. We're now loaded for bear, so... The only thing we could do more is buy that really expensive item, which I don't really care to do. That's not how you play this game. You have to find your weapons. You know, and you know, don't go buying a weapon. It'll just be bad before you know it. Just doesn't make sense, you know? Okay, gotta pop a potion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Many fucking webs around. God damn. Oh, summoning these guys. God.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm out of potions.
I'm out of potions.
Potion. Good, okay. We got some potions. I have immediately just back out of potions again. Poop, too much poop. Oh, there's a potion. God. Okay. I wish that this was like counting towards XP, so that if you tried this enough times in this dungeon, eventually you would get like, you know, up to level 20, and then I could upgrade my potion capacity or whatever. I hate these fucking webs, man. What's more is that this dungeon's reward is like specific to the Barbarian, so like
I'm not ready yet.
this does seem like a dungeon that the Barbarian is specifically supposed to be taking on, and yet the webs are like particularly bad for me as a pure melee character, you know? Maybe if I had gone with like a Y ability that instead of fortifying just gave me fucking health. Like, I didn't want to do that because that's what my druid does. You know, I wanted to do something that worked with fortify instead. But correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting this sneaking suspicion that maybe fortify sucks. I mean, not taking, like, absorbing damage is good. That much is good. It's just that it's not enough, you know? What? Well, I thought I was... I thought I was in good shapes there. Third tries the charm. Maybe we do have to reconsider some stuff. maybe this, like, fortify strategy just isn't working. And, you know,
Not ready.
far be it for me to say that, like, oh, you know, characters should be unique, but if this character is just taking damage because she's up in the enemy's face, you know, there's not that many ways I can help that. If she just has to win through just like, you know, it's difficult to sustain. And all you have is just like damage absorption. One attack that hits one character, and in theory, the absorption is like more strong the lower you are, so there is like some weird risk reward there, but it's on a 20-second cooldown, so you can't rely on it. Like once you pop it, in this case, it's like, okay, well, you're gonna have to recover if you want to like actually survive.
I'm afraid.
And if we focus on these guys, maybe that's also part of it, like, focus on little guys, get more potions from the little guys, and also try to, like, do the attack that's, I'm really low right now. Like, what do I do when I'm low like this? Just like back off and hope for the best. Hope for potions to spawn and not to take that much damage.
Not ready.
And then that's, you know, we got over halfway done with that boss, but eek, not quite there.
Something for the cold and dark.
I'll repair all items real fast. If I... Okay, let's back this up here. Is there anything here that does, like, restores health? No. Actually, this might be my best option. Oh, wait, up here. Okay, here we go. No, these are the X attacks. Then after that is... Okay, Iron Skin. Okay, barrier absorption. Let's see. What do we have for, like, healing? Damage reduction. Barrier. Resource generation. No. Smash the stuns. Yeah. I don't really want to taunt enemies. That's not really useful. And this gives you base life as Fortify. Again, with the Fortify, it kind of seems poopy. I don't know, maybe Fortify is really overpowered, maybe it's good. I don't think there's any way to get like a healing thing that just fucking heals you on this character. So I guess maybe you have to combine things like the Iron Skin and the damage mitigation in order to like get through battles like this. And maybe be like Your shout also heals allies, but what about you? Does allies include you? Maybe some of these, like, side abilities include stuff that would do what we're looking for. It's always with the Fortify. Fortify just seems like such dog shit. Because it's just a small... You're just, like, wasting resources trying to get up a thing that just... You know... Fortified territories take 10% less damage. You become fortified when you have more fortified than life. It's not like it's a second health bar. It's just... Yeah, you gain up a thing so that you take like so that your health acts like 5% tanky. You become like 5% tankier if you have like 50% like fortify, which is like nothing. 5% is like I piss on 5%, you know. That's how I feel about 5%. Maybe I should just get more life. Maybe also that enemy is just not really feasible. It's late. Let's do a little bit of the other game that I had prepared. I don't think we're beating that boss. Ah, well. We tried. Oh, and, you know what I should do? I should just log out over here. Good try, but couldn't quite make it. And I'll say, like, I'm happy to have, like, the Barbarian now be equal up with the Druid and the Rogue. And, the Rogue is a little behind, in fact. And, you know, whatever. Maybe I should try teaming up with someone. Maybe someone else could heal me. I'm interested in that. But, also, I just like to play this game, like, kind of thoughtlessly. And just play it to play it. And, spending a lot of time, like, coordinating or, like, planning things. Let's go over to the other game of tonight. Which is gonna be, Ape Out. A little bit of Ape Out to end on. Wanted to do a little bit of a variety thing today. And, that's why I decided to pair Diablo with Ape Out. Kind of makes sense as like a very similar game, you know. It's a top-down action game, but Ape Out is a lot more like frenetic, I'll say. 1 second, I gotta do a thing. All right, I am switching over to the Switch, which is on. So let's go ahead and see it on screen. Perfect. And I'm going to take down the switching system thing because folks, it is Ape Out time. I'll say maybe I played more Diablo than I expected, but that's been sort of the ongoing story with whenever I sit down to play Diablo. Kind of end up playing more than I expected because that game you can kind of just keep on playing it, you know? You can kind of just keep on playing Diablo and, you know, if ever you get bored, switch to another character and, you know, it's exciting and fresh again. And that's just fun, you know. I'll say that it's a lot more restrictive now because it's, you know, punishes you for respecking, which I prefer in Diablo 3 where it's just, you know, it's just free and you don't have to worry. And it's just like, it's kind of like Nobody Saves the World where you're just like experimenting with things left and right and it's just amazing. How's the audio here? I'm pretty sure it's gonna be way too loud. I'm gonna drop it to like... a good margin. What's down here? Break in. What's break in? I forgot what break in is. I think this might have been not at launch or something. I don't know. Let's break in. For those who don't, you know what? Maybe we should like the first. We should start at the start here. I think this is like a reverse. Like you play the game in reverse or something. Doesn't matter. Let's talk about what Ape Out is. We'll start from the first thing. At the let's say new game. So Ape Out is a really cool little game here, where that you know came out like a couple of years ago, and it's a game where you are a gorilla that is running through some sort of scenario, and it is very straightforward. You have two actions that you can do. Oh, and also Devolver Digital did it. And there's also just this running like jazz drums throughout the whole experience that is like based on what you do. So left stick controls and ZR does a little shove. Hello, buddy. Hey, how's it going? And you can see all these guys. Oh, geez, you know, that's a bad scene there. Over there's another gorilla. Over there's another gorilla. That's no good. Let's, we can't have that. It's time for an Ape Out. You're just grabbing guys, and when you grab them, they just instinctually shoot their guns. I need to make sure that this is... Okay. I think we could use a little more audio. Okay. So yeah, it's just dynamic sound, and also you can throw people at each other. You can bust through glass. It's really fucking cool. Just like bash people into walls, and you know, you'll see what happens if we die here. But use people as shields. Use people to like shoot, you know, because they have that one instinctual shot that they do. That guy has a shotgun. Shotgun's pretty good. And you see, you got all this, like, line of sight to abuse, right? So you can just grab people, slam them into walls. And also, by the way, one shot and you're dead. Or, no, that's not true. Each shot makes you bleed a little bit. I think you can take, like, 3 shots before you die. I'm not going to intentionally die, but we might do. Yeah. Hope this is a good compromise. Honestly, I feel like we could crank it just a little bit more. Still be good. These guys have exploding vests. So if you knock them into the wall, you'll explode. One more. Let's try this on for size. See how this sounds. If you can still hear me. And it looks like it's in fine ranges. Ah, okay. Okay. And that's the end of the level. This one is. You can see there I was bleeding. So, but when I go through this transition to the next level, I'm healed. There's all these doors and glass, and, you know, that's gonna break up the line of sight. Make it easier to, you know, survive and not get killed. But the explosion, that's why. And here's what happens when you die. It says dead around you, and it shows you, like, the path with you ran, which is just, you know, really neat. And each of the scenarios has, like, slightly different theming. I see no reason why not to just, continue on with this one. Honestly, if I could just get through... I'd be happy just playing all of these right now. Whew! You probably want to use that shield for longer than I did. But I got shot. It might be 2 hits. One, you know, you can get shot twice, basically, before you have to restart. Or exploded once. Hey, buddies. Ooh. False alarm. Hey, how about a card? Price of Game Pass going up. Also, the price of Xboxes in certain markets. The price of Xbox, that's like kind of just... Honestly, it's not... It is the sort of thing where it's like, oh, that sucks, but also, you know, they sort of have an easy out where, like, oh yeah, Sony did it first, and they're not wrong that the economy is such that the price at which they were selling it before is actually lower than, you know, they could be getting more if they really wanted to. But, price of Game Pass going up, that includes Ultimate, which is what I'm on, and, you know, I am looking at that going like, oh, damn it. But also, I have no plans on, by the way, you don't have to kill everyone, you can just run if you really can get away with it. Shit! Missed. I am definitely wondering, like, if I should start doing it, like, strategically, you know? Only subscribe to Game Pass when I need to, rather than just doing it all the time, you know? Because there are months where I'm not playing any Game Pass games, and I wonder, like, oh, am I really getting value out of it, actually? But also, there's a lot coming out on Game Pass in the next year, so... I feel like, overall, I'm going to be getting my value out of it, but... It is kind of sad, though, that the price of Game Pass is going up. Oh, also, if you don't kill anyone for a while, just... Oop. It'll take a while to, like, start. Okay, yeah, you could do 2. You can get shot twice without dying. That was fun. Like seeing how far we could get without doing anything. Did you hear about exclusive memes, aka Discord trying to monetize things? So Discord's trying to monetize, apparently. And one of the things they're offering is like, yeah, you'll be able to get exclusive memes. Whatever that means. I feel like if a meme is exclusive, it cannot logically, it cannot be a meme, because memes are all about being shared. That guy has a bulletproof vest. That's why he survived that. But somehow... The gunshot, I mean. Pulling this out of wall, and that's gonna turn off the lights. Ah! Jesus, it's now stealthy. Ah! We gotta avoid their light cones. Oopsie daisy. Wah! Winnie guys. Winnie guys. Oh. I forgot what the news thing was. Discord. Oh yeah. I get. There's also a thing of like private, of like having like Discord channels be based on people paying money in Discord, which, you know, I'll say that makes some sense, right? Because there's a lot of servers out there where that works based on Twitch, right? Where if you have a Twitch sub, you can enter the server. You know, you can only be here if you're a Twitch sub or you have other sort of rights or like permissions or whatever. But the thing is, the idea of people like moving that stuff off of Twitch and starting doing that on Discord, I just don't see it. You know, basically basically the ask is for people to upend their current way of doing things, which works just fine, and to do it some other way. I just don't see that happening. Woo. But, you know, I hope Discord is successful. They're the one... Lights are back on. They're the one place I hang out, like, on the internet other than Twitch. And, it's where I interact with, like, most people. So, I want Twitch to be, you know, a successful product. Let's take that down just a scotch. Just so I'm 100% sure we're good. I worry with some of this jazz drumming that it's just gonna, like, completely muffle me out, you know? I worry is all. Woo! I think there's like 8 levels in each of these 4 albums, so... like the end here coming up. And there's a mode where you can try to do like the whole thing in one go. And I don't know that I've ever done that, you know, each of the levels in one go. Each of the albums in one go, which is, if you can do that, more power to you. I think I would die like... I mean, I have died already, so... Imagine if Jeff didn't mean like a 3-minute loss, but like a 10-minute loss. Oh shit! Also, by the way, you can change the way you're pointing with like the right stick. Usually not relevant, though. Ooh. I think this is the end here. Ow, I got shot. Big guy into big guy gets splatted. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Human shields. Boom. Beautiful. Ooh. Yikes, just gonna run. Oh, that guy throws grenades as well. I guess he's not just a suicide guy, he's just, you know, he just happens to have lots of bombs on him. Gonna go ahead and throw that on that guy. Guy into there. God, playing this again, I feel like I could go for... Ah! I could go for like the other scenarios as well. Ah! 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 We escaped. Ape Out. That's right, Ape is out. That was not that long. I feel like that was like 10 minutes. That was like a good 10 minutes there. Honestly, I mean, some of these other ones are going to be harder, but I'm kind of... Yeah, that was 10 minutes, like, literally. Oh, wow, that felt like, maybe we could do this whole game. You know what? Maybe this could be like an improvised, like a sudden full playthrough. I could put this on the list of games completed on stream if we could beat all 4 of these albums here. Which, honestly, I wouldn't mind spending like an hour with this game, so, you know, it does kick ass and all. Let me do another card. What constitutes mainline Mario, core Mario, etc.? Something I see bandied about a lot is that Mario Wonder is mainline, and I don't think that's true. Now, I do think it is a core game. That's the thing, though. That's the thing I will make, the distinction I'll make. I think there's a difference between core Mario and mainline Mario. Mainline means the main line, and the main line is 3D. So any 2D game is, by necessity, not on that main line. It's like secondary line. You know, it is core for sure, but not by any means main. I think that people, there was a video a while ago about like, oh, what constitutes mainline Mario? And I think what that video didn't realize and like misses entirely is that like, no, the words you're using are not synonymous. Mainline, core, they all mean slightly different things. Just based around like the nuance of it. Okay, let's go. So in this one, we're in an office building, and look at this, we can throw people out the fucking window. It's fucking great, and they just go right into the concrete. Ooh. Okay, yeah, and this one's based around, like, floors. So we're, like, descending floor by floor. And, you don't save every floor. You can see here how it works. There's 4 floors in each level, basically. Goodbye. There's the guys who run away, but those guys also have guns, so you gotta watch out for them, you know? You can't just let them run. Because they're gonna run to a safe distance and then shoot you. Can't have that. No, sir. There's some good shit in this. You'll see. If y'all haven't... If anyone hasn't seen this game before, it's fucking wonderful. Should this game have a heart? Is something I'm thinking as I play this again. Like, you know, like I've said, I have a rating system, you know, where I have like you know, I go up to 5 stars, right? But also some games are favorites as well, and I tend to think of that as like an additional point of pride, you know, sort of a 6 out of 5 rating, essentially, an extra point that can be applied to a game if I love it enough. And goddamn, if I'm playing this now and thinking like, this probably should have a heart if it doesn't have one already. Like, it is just so satisfying, so visceral, and the soundtrack. Eee. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Careful, buddy. Guy shot me. The one thing I'll say is I don't think that every level is a winner. Like, these 2 first levels are fantastic. I don't think I'm as big a fan of the jungle, quite. I remember the jungle being a little more mid. And there's the jungle and then there's the cruise ship. I don't remember those ones being quite as cool. But maybe I'm wrong. I think these 2 are the best ones, is what I'm saying. Which, not necessarily a point against it being like a loved game, you know. That doesn't mean it can't have a heart, but it is something that if there was a reason it didn't have one before, that might be it. Just like, you know, the breadth of it. Okay. Okay. Into a wall with you. And I'll say, just like, I think I like this game. It's obviously, oh geez, there's snipers now. enjoying playing this game maybe more so than Diablo. Just insofar as, like, I feel like I'm thinking a lot more during it. Despite the fact that I only have 2 fucking buttons, you know, just... I can grab people and I can push people. And yet, there's so much more strategy and, like, moment-to-moment decisions I'm making. If Diablo is like a turn-your-brain-off game, this is like a turn-your-brain-on game. You know, it's just so much moment-to-moment, like, snap decision-making. Fast reflexes, and just, like, so much style. Then again, Diablo is addicting in other ways, just like the lizard brain part of Diablo, the loot grind, the slow accumulation of abilities, and just satisfaction of just like killing a bunch of guys by using just a well-crafted like cycle of a... There's like a thing... There's like some term I've heard recently that's like called a cycle, where like it's a bunch of abilities that you cycle, maybe in an MMO or something. I forget what particular, how you were supposed to use that, but you know, there's something to be said about like in Diablo, like the how you use your kits, how it all comes together smoothly. Okay, check this out. In this one, you go across the street to another building. And this building is under construction. It's a construction site building. God damn, this is so good. Ooh. Oh, here's the snipers! We can get our revenge. Fuck. I like how the blood of you is orange, so you can tell the difference between you and the humans. No, the humans are bright red-blooded. Ooh, halfway done with that one. Another card, another card. Follow up on Hakone's onsens. So I talked yesterday, or last Monday, about the things I would do if I went back to Japan, like places I would want to go. And one idea I had was like Hakone, which is like the onsen capital of Japan. It has like the most hot springs, the most places. And one thing about it that's kind of unusual is that there's like some places that have like bathing suits where you don't have to be naked, but instead it's like bathing suits are enforced and it's like, you know, mixed gender and all. And I will say I had heard that, but when I was looking into it, I actually couldn't find any mention of any such places except for one place. So it might just be one place that has that policy, but it seems like it's quite a place. Look at this shit. It's a section that is swimsuit compulsory. It has play zones and unique baths, which makes it sound like it's sort of a kid's zone, you know? But then the most popular one is a wine bath, where guests literally immerse themselves in wine. Which... fucking what the hell? That's amazing, actually. I don't drink drinks. Whoops. I don't drink drinks, but if ever I were to, that would be like a dream. Also follow up on images from 2018 Japan trip. You know what? Between these two, at the middle of this one, perfect time to show off these images that I prepared ahead of time. Let me show you some of them. I'll say of Japan's so good because there's like a good variety of like city stuff, fun shops, nature, beautiful things, and just good ass food. So I have some pictures here of just like, you know, I enjoyed going into manga stores and just seeing like all the weird display things they had to promote like various anime and manga, some of which that, you know, I knew. Like I've talked recently about rewatching Anime Yell, and I loved it. And that there is a little cool little card that promoted it, and they had like little pom-poms on the hands, which little physical pom-poms, which I thought was extraordinary. You know, I thought that was really neat. And walking around a manga store is just something I did many a time there. I also, you know, went out and saw cool shrines. Like I think this one was the most beautiful one, which is just in Kyoto. This one is just like on a cliffside or on like a mountainside, so some of the buildings are just like way up in the air and looking down upon everything below. The fall colors in full swing. Oh my god, it was just beautiful. This trip, by the way, was like in 2018, by the way. Oh, I said that on the card, didn't I? Perfect. Uh, there's just like some cool cityscapes where like this is from Osaka, where they have like this whole area just built along the side of the river, you know, on either side of the river, and just like looking at all the bright colors reflected in the waves was just like, oh my god, I had never been, and just like walking alongside either side of the river, going and eating at restaurants that are outside that have outdoor seating, and like going to the convenience store on the river or whatever the fuck else was just phenomenally cool. This Dotonbori, which is what we're looking at now, was probably like the coolest place I've ever been. And I was so jazzed to come back here every night. The 2 nights I stayed in Osaka. Here's, by the way, the Umeda Sky Building, which I sort of described before. Now you can actually see it. It's like 2 buildings with a topper, and there's escalators that run like in the space below them into the topper, which is just so fucking cool when you realize that as you're going up them, you know, going into the topper thing. You're like, holy fuck, we're just going above. We're just going like through the air, the open air between the buildings. What the hell? And it's an escalator. I guess there are things that like cross over buildings, like in Ape Out that we're just playing now. There is such things, but you know, I just thought it was the coolest, and that was definitely the coolest building I went in Japan. They didn't have like roof access when I was there. It was like closed for like maintenance or like repairs after some sort of storm around the time, but I would definitely go back there and maybe go on the roof. I don't know. Cool ass building. And there's like a museum at the top floor that's like about all the it's like a museum space that like explores like different tall buildings. So it's kind of a cool place to walk around in. And the final thing I have here for images, I can only choose like 5 of them because I only have hotkeys for 6 images. But the last one I thought that was really neat was when I went to a mountain, right? I went to Mount Takao to climb it. Well, not to climb it. I sort of took a lift like most of the way up, but to climb some of it. And there was a part where they had like a little shack that had like, you know, was selling food and stuff, and they had a poster on the wall for an anime that I had watched, and I thought that was really fun. You know, really neat. Just, even on the top of a fucking mountain, you can find some anime paraphernalia, you know. And to be fair, part of it is that Encouragement of Climb is an anime about climbing mountains, and it does include Mount Takao. It does feature Mount Takao, so I guess it actually makes sense if you think about it, that there would be a poster for it on top of a mountain. But I just thought it was the damnedest thing, and quite enjoyed seeing it. Japan is lovely. If you ever get the chance to go, go. I definitely want to go back there, like, I don't know, late next year. We'll see where my life is at next year, and like whether it's feasible or not. I have heard that it is less expensive than ever, just because the yen is really weak right now. So you can really just get a Japan trip for like cheaper than it's ever been, you know, which is just sounds really tempting, honestly. Like, oh wow, because the yen is weak, like you could just go there and do a ton of stuff, and you know, probably be paying like 25% less than you did if you did it like years ago. And also, you know, post-pandemic, I'm sure like airfare is probably still somewhat a little bit depressed, I would hope, as well. Look at all those coppers. Oh, jeez. I would at least want to go for as much time as I did last time, or just over 2 weeks. But also, I could see doing 3 weeks. There's more I want to cram in this time, you know. While also, I still want to go back to Osaka and Kyoto. What the fuck is the thing? This time, though, I want to go to Mount like Fuji area. I want to go to theme parks, which I wasn't really a theme park guy at the time, you know, at 2018. I hadn't been to a theme park in like 10, 15 years. And now I've been to them like on average like at more than one a year on average, so I have made that I probably shouldn't have hit the button there so you can see the replay thing. So now I'm just like, you know, I have a whole new way to appreciate Japan that'll add like a bunch more stops, specifically to, at the very least, to Fuji-Q Highlands and Universal Studios Japan. And people have been saying, I know someone who's in Japan, and people have been talking about it in a Discord a little bit. I know people have been saying, like, oh, actually, you want to go to Disney Sea as well while you're, you know, there. It rules, and I mean, I don't know, man. I'm more of a thrill rides fella, you know, first and foremost. You know, I like a theme. I like a roller coaster. I need a good roller coaster before I'm really interested. Not that I won't ride the other rides, you know, like the at the Universal, they have a lot of screen rides. Not that I won't ride those, but it's the roller coasters that are always my first love. And you know, as far as the Disney parks here, it's a lot harder to imagine, like, you know, going to one park in a day and getting like a good complete experience out of just, you know, the number of the amount of roller coasters they have on offer. Fuck! Why did I do that? End was right there. Right, we need to turn here. Go across the way. Alright, we need to go left now. We've seen this whole level where we know what to do. Gonna be no surprises here. This is a wrong dead end. One shot, we can take it. Yeah. Oh, God damn this game. Two more here. Sometimes you want to take human shields, but other times it's just funnier to just push them. Fuck. I've already taken 2 hits. This is not good. Dead end. Fuck! Okay. Hard. Been playing Tears of the Kingdom. Still, you know, obviously I've talked about how I finished the game and all, but there's still lots of stuff there, and lots to discover, lots to find. I'm clearing out the shrines now, trying to go at like the rate of 4 in a session if I can, but a lot of them are very well hidden, you know, down in caves and other such things where it's not so easy to just do them. You know, you have to do some business before you can actually find them or find the cave entrance. But it is just remarkable to me, like, how much I don't know about this game still, about Tears of the Kingdom, Because even, like, over 100 hours in, I am finding things that I don't know. You know, because I was... In this case in particular, I was talking on Discord being like, oh man, it's so hard now. Everything's in caves, and I don't know where they are, and looking for them is really difficult. And someone said, like... And people told me, like, multiple ways that I could identify where cave entrances were. Like... I don't think this is spoilers, by the way, but they told me, like, oh yeah, there's, cave entrances. There's, the blue guys that you shoot and get gems out of. Those guys will, run towards a, oh, we're in the cafeteria now. I think that was just an office worker I just killed. Like, not a security guy. These guys don't even have guns. Beautiful. Ooh! That's good. That's so good. That rules. That whips so much ass. The other thing that they told me, is that, there's a whole thing called cherry trees, which I had never seen a cherry tree. I didn't know that was a thing, or that there was a whole mechanic around them. And yeah, do stuff with cherry trees. There's a thing involving cherry trees that helps you find, like, caves, which I tried out before the stream. Like, you know, in like, not like right before the stream, like a few hours before the stream. Before I knew that it would be a little bit late to start. But, yeah, that's just something I had no idea about. And fuck, man, I don't believe there could be, like, several other huge mechanics that I just had no idea about, even after finishing the game and getting nearly every fucking shrine. And I think that is just incredible. That is just so cool, you know? I think it's rad that the game has so much in it that even now I'm still discovering things, and, you know, when otherwise I would expect to be, like, just totally done. Third one. What's it called? Fugue. That one, last one was High Rise, by the way. This one, I think, is the jungle, and, it's sort of like a Vietnam type setting, if I recall. I don't have that much memory of these last two, and honestly, I'm still going strong here. I'd like to do all four of these all in a row with how long they take, you know? Yeah, this is like a military base. Sort of looks a lot like the last one, I know, but it's a different one. It's a military base now. I'm gonna drop the volume just a bit to be on the safe side. I think this one's just a little louder than the last. Wait. Oh, wait, hang on. I forgot to start from the start. I hit continue. I need to hit new game. Because we were starting on 3 there. So that explains why we didn't know where we were. Or how we got there. Yeah, it's a military base. Bunch of soldiers are here. And what happens is some bombers are flying by. They drop some bombs. And, oh geez, the ape is loose. Good bombs. That was extremely effective. Like, they are getting so much so much bang for their buck as far as that bomb goes. Like, holy hell. They didn't know that they were releasing the monkey. The ape, you know? Not a monkey, that's a different thing. Huh. Huh. Whew. Fire cross, here we go, second one. Crossfire. Not fire cross. I've also been playing Marvel Snap, just got to the mid-80s. So, yeah, I'll say that's as high as I've ever been in Marvel Snap as far as the ranking season. As far as the ranking goes within a single season. Oh god, there's fire. I'm on fire. Okay, I'm out of fire. Okay, whatever. Maybe if you stop, you burn down. So it's as high as I've gotten in Marvel Snap so far, but I will say a lot of that is because I'm playing High Evolutionary, which is really fucking overpowered, and I'll tell you, in the mid-80s where I'm at, most people are playing it, or at least know how to counter it, so it's become less of an advantage having the card. And I think a lot of that is that the fact that, you know, with the way card acquisition works, if there's a really overpowered card, basically anyone can get it. You with enough, you know, so long as they, like, go out of their way to do so, you know? So long as they set out to get it within a calendar month, they can have it in, you know, until such time as they nerf the motherfucker. He's gonna be really strong and hard to stop. Okay, here we go. We're back to 3. Red alert. Anyway, I'm still having a good time, and I'll say with the place I'm at, the red ladder, and also the fact that there's now a mode for doing, like, you know, low stakes, no who cares, you know, matches in the Proving Grounds part of Conquest. I haven't been playing any decks other than my High Evolutionary deck on ladder, which I think also helps me, you know, because previously if I was constantly, like, switching to bad decks, it would be an easy way to, like, you know, rank down. You know what I mean? Just because you're not playing the most optimum deck, of course, you're not gonna rank up. If you're playing just some horse shit you put together just for fun. I will say, though, I think that Marvel Snap just needs a regular-ass unranked mode. The Proving Ground can serve as an unranked mode, so long as the player who loses agrees, you know, without any sort of text communication, of course. So long as the player who loses the first match does, like, a homie thing and just, like, bails out after the first round, you know. I think that's the best way, and honestly, I think they should just change Proving Ground to work that way. Just one match and you're done, you know, and one match and you're done. That should be it. Or maybe it could be that Conquest, and here's a Conquest, by the way. I'll say what Conquest is a mode where both players start off with 10 life, and instead of, like, losing or gaining, instead of gaining cubes based on the snapping system, instead you deal damage to the opponent based on how many cubes you would win in that scenario. So, like, if both players snap and you play the turn thing, the match is for 8 cubes, meaning that one player will have 2 left and the other player will have 10 left. And they sort of have to go from there to make it work the rest of the way. Fuck, it's a door. Get rid of this. Need speed, you know? Ooh. One thing they could do is the same thing they did in, like, the regular matchmaking mode, where they made it so that each rank is 7 ranks. That makes things go a lot faster, and also would make it so that if you ever played a match to like, you know, full conclusion, it would just be over altogether. At the very least, for Proving Ground, I think it should work that way, with 7 instead of 10. That would be my recommendation for the team. Oh, the lights are out. Playing this one again, I would describe it as a harder version of the first level, you know? It's got some unique flair to it because it's like, you know, not a secret lab. It's a war zone, which, you know, comes with its own flavor and all. But it's not that distinct, you know? But also, you do need like a harder version of a level, you know. That is not so unusual, you know. Card. Did you hear about the sunken submarine? Yeah, a billionaire is trapped in a submarine that's all sunken, as far as I know. If there has been an update to this story that I haven't heard yet, sorry. But last I heard, they're just missing in action and probably, it's probably gone, you know? When it first got out, it seemed like, oh, what the hell? How could this happen? But as more has gotten out about these submarines, these submersibles, the more clear it is, like, oh yeah, this is some like thrown together shit. You know, they make them sign waivers and all. You know, waivers that say like, hey, this is an experimental shuttle. You might die. Please understand. Oh crap, we're outside now. Okay, this is different from the first level. Insofar as like we're actually going outside in flamethrowers. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Kill him. Good enough. Whew. No man's land. And the other thing that was like, the thing that's like laugh-worthy, if not for the fact that people are dying right now because of it, probably. But the submersible is controlled with an Xbox controller. So that's, you know, look. If you told me that there was, the way I understand deep sea, right, is that basically the deep seas are as hard to get to practically as space itself. You know, it's like the opposite of space in a lot of ways, where in space there's no pressure, so you'll get sucked up. And at the bottom of the ocean, there's like too much pressure. You'll be crushed under the weight of like billions of, you know, crushed under the weight of all the water above you. So, you know, the technical, God, the door was right there. This is a relatively short level. So the demands are very like, the demands for like deep sea exploration are like just about as demanding as deep space exploration. And, you know, if ever you told me there was a, if ever there was a space vehicle that was controlled with an Xbox controller, look, I just don't think that would be workable, you know? I'd have to think like, oh, you need like a million buttons and a million little levers and such. You can't make that work with just, you know, the face buttons available. At the very least, you need a pro controller that has like the paddles on the side, you know, mapped to additional things. I feel like I'm already in bad shape here. No, I've only taken one hit. I'm good. use cover strategically. Ugh. Jeez. Yeah. Oh, jeez. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Ha ha ha. What was that? What did it say? What did it say? I didn't see what the level is called. It doesn't say what the level is called. If you pause. You know what? We're just gonna focus on running. Fuck! We ran into a fire. Again, not that long, though, this level. Fury is the name of this level. Okay. Think something got screwy the last time we were through there. I think I nearly did all the cards I prepared, actually. These fire guys, they're the ones to watch out for here. Really get you. But then again, they can't do range, so long as you, like, steer clear. Or, like, go around. Or sneak up on them from behind. You're good. One more. And then there's just like one more disc. Let's do all these, shit. Full playthrough of Ape Out here. I'll tell ya, I wasn't sure how much Ape Out I was gonna do. Or how much, you know, I guess in my mind, I remember this like taking more time. And maybe, you know, if you're, oh god, is this a minefield? Maybe if you're not like, it's either a minefield or, oh, missiles are dropping. Okay. Not a minefield. Missile field. I guess if you're, you know, playing it for the first time, maybe it'll take more time to get through than just like a single session. Ideally, you know. But when the single session is as good as this... Fuck! Not much cover in this one. Hard. How do y'all get images off your phone? I have to do that for stream sometimes because I got an image on my phone and I want to put it on screen, you know? And the way I tend to do it is probably a little bit inefficient. Obviously there's iCloud and that can pull images to your computer, but in my experience, that tends to be a little bit out of sync. You know, it kind of takes a few hours for it to get an image from the phone over to the PC. So as a result, I don't tend to use that as the first option. What I tend to do is I just instead take the images I want to get off the phone and onto the PC, and I go into Discord and I message them to a bot that previously, back when there were no spoiler tags, it was called Rot 13. Basically, it was a way of encoding spoiler information by rotating things through the alphabet 13 positions, and people had it rigged so servers had it rigged so that if you commented on a thing with a certain emote, it would decode the message to your DMs. And that's kind of been like, you know, that's kind of a thing of the past now that Discord has, like, proper spoiler support, which, you know, is great. That's something they absolutely need. God, this level fucking us up. I'm so glad in like the last 5 years that that's been a thing. Or has it been 5 years since spoilers on Discord rolled around? Probably. It's been a while, but I've been in Discord longer than 5 years. Anyway, I DM that bot, and it doesn't know, I don't think it really cares or gives a shit about images. That's not what it's programmed to, like, you know, convert. But it's just a convenient way to get them onto Discords, and so that I can, like, pull them from Discord on my computer. And it's just easier to do that than to, we should use cover more. Jesus. Once that guy starts shooting, though, it's kind of hard to get through. My leg is kind of cramped. Jeez. I'll say, by the way, was unsure if the stream I could be able to do this. If you recall, I was a little unsure if I could manage the stream, and I'm happy that I went ahead and did it because fucking wasn't a problem. Was perfectly good. Not even like an overabundance of breaks. I guess that's the thing of like, you know, sometimes when you got something bad going on, it comes in spurts, you know? Like at certain times of the day. And also if you do like take those pills or whatever, you know, I'm not gonna say what pills because give away the game, you know? I don't really want to talk about lewd stuff while I say lewd, more like, bathroom stuff. I don't really want to talk about bathroom stuff. On my streams, I've tended to, talk around it, you know? If I'm going to the bathroom, I'm not going to say what I do in there. I trust, you know, everyone has stuff they do in the bathroom. But, you know, I would suggest not to worry about it. This one's given us some grief here. That's gonna shoot. But I've been feeling pretty good this stream. My mouth is maybe a little dry. Probably from the stuff that I took before the stream. Most likely. Oh, god damn it, really? Oh my god, that was close. My mouth is pretty dry. I'm maybe a little dehydrated. Am I bleeding? I'm not. I am now. There is a certain amount of this game you can play it as like a... You can sort of play it as like faux stealth, right? Like, you know, killing people is valid. Also valid just like avoiding them, running by them. Not valid. Smacking missiles. That's not gonna work. Imagine an MMO version of this where it was like 1 versus 100. No, not like the game show, but like literally one player controlling the ape, everyone else controlling humans. I guess that's sort of like Left 4 Dead in reverse, you know. I suppose you wouldn't have to control like everyone. Like if you're on the other side of the level and you're controlling the person, that'd be kind of boring. So instead, why not have it so that when the ape progresses to a certain point, you spawn as a new human, like in the quarter of the level they're entering. I guess also it'd be like really boring if you don't end up... If the ape ends up going around you, for instance. Just a silly thought, I know. It's not really feasible for any number of good reasons. I am totally super shot here. Shit. Fuck. That was a bad room to go into. But also, there was bad stuff outside as well. Card. Top 5 foods. Go. This is the last card. Cool. Okay, well, I went through all the cards after all, I guess. I'll have a few new ones and probably... I expect tomorrow's stream to use a lot of the cards. I mean, we're just gonna have to talk about the whole Nintendo Direct again. I thought about this a bit last night as I was like putting together this slate of cards. No, I had heard someone somewhere like say the classic question of like favorite foods, right? And I think favorite food is easy, you know. I would say like probably cheeseburgers. Can't go wrong with cheeseburgers. But a top 5, that's a little more complicated because, you know, you add more. I'm gonna say cheeseburgers. I'm gonna say spaghetti. I'm gonna say ice cream. And I'm gonna say French toast. That's gonna be the breakfast representative on the list. Damn it, fuck. I think eggs and sausage and, or like eggs and... I think there's an argument to be made for scrambled eggs, honestly. But also, it's like, I'll say it's the thing I have most often of the foods that I eat, right? Even more than spaghetti. I don't eat spaghetti that often. Even more than spaghetti, hamburgers, or even more than ice cream, which I would eat every day if I, you know, had the time, I guess. And there are times in my life where I've had ice cream every day, you know, as my dessert and all. But I think more often than not, so long as I have the wherewithal to get to it, I start every day with like a couple of eggs and as well as like some sort of other thing. Used to be sausages what I ate, but these days, in more recent years, I've been doing I think it got me. In more recent years, I've been doing just like a bagel, with like butter and jelly on it, which I'll say bagels are delicious, you know, and they make a really good like complement to eggs. That said, I do believe fuck. Woo! I think we did it. Yeah. I do believe that that sausages are a more healthy way to start the day. You know, just like more meat rather than like a couple of carbs and sugar. You know, but sausages are a lot more work if you want to make like good breakfast sausages that have that nice sweet skin that I love. You have to like sort of fry them up, and that's fry them up, you know, like is it fry? Yeah, I guess fry. And that's a whole hell of a thing to do. Last disc here. Let's go ahead. Whoops, I hit continue. Let's go ahead and do Adrift. It's the last one, and frankly, I didn't know if we even would do one. My initial thought was like, yeah, we'll do one, and then we'll, you know, maybe poke the head in the other 4 or the other 3. But then the first one took 10 minutes, and I realized, like, oh, this is, it doesn't take that long to go through one of these levels, huh? Which, hey, is a good thing. I think it speaks to... It's part of what makes it so satisfying. And by the way, this one has only 7 chapters, so That's fun. Look forward to that. I think this one is more fun than the last one. I think the third one, probably the weakest one of them. Just a lot of spaces that are just like big open spaces with no cover. I think that that's no good at all. And you may be thinking like, oh wait, you're back in the jungle now? Except no, something else is going on. Oh no, I just got tranquilized. Good night, everyone. Oh, and now we're in some sort of like rectangular box. What's the deal? Oh, hey. It's a shipping container. Hello. This one's fun. Okay, you know what? I like this one too. The fact that there's so many like shipping containers. Could we always just punch our way through the vault in the first one? I think you had to pull. But now you got these fun shipping containers you can punch your way into. And of course, I think when they have doors, the doors will kill anyone who gets pushed. Ooh! Fire is still in play. Hello! How you doing? Hope you enjoy fire. I don't like submachine guns. I would insist that you do not use them. Do not point them in my direction and shoot me with them. Please. That guy didn't die. Lucky. So basically you go deck to deck. And if we were to die and see like the main... If we were to see what this level looked like, we would see that it looked like the profile of a ship. Whoa, they're turning off the lights again? Can these guys not see in the dark? I don't think these guys can see in the dark. I wouldn't be surprised if there were guys with like night vision though. Like goggles, you know. I love, actually, you know what? I like this a lot. The fact that this time, when the lights go up, they're just like, what? Huh? Oh, fuck. You know, they don't have time to react or think. Okay, now we... You know, this is intentional. I'm just showing y'all what it looks like. See, it's the profile of a ship. We're just going back and forth across these 7 levels. 7 decks of the ship. Are they still shooting? Why are they shooting in the darkness? They can't see shit. Maybe if they hear... Whoop. Okay. Hey, buddy. Whoops. Oh, missed that guy. Okay, this way. Don't shoot! Don't shoot blindly. You're gonna shoot your friends. Don't want that. Only shoot your friends when it's intentional. Hello! This gorilla has better night vision than the last ones. We can actually see like silhouettes of guys in the darkness this time. That is just great. Yikes! No one can stop a gorilla. This is just truth of the world. Turned out the lights. Fuck! The explosions. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is... We already got shot twice. On ships, is this how it works? Do, like, the lights turn on and off, like, you know, just for fun? Or, like, when the weather is, like, particularly rough? I believe it. I should be probably going inside. Jesus Christ. I do love that whenever someone gets grabbed, they just instinctually, like, fire their gun. Like, just, like, fire off a single shot. That is just a cool mechanic. This game fucking rules. More running through crates is gonna be the ticket here. Fuck! I got shot twice there. Maybe not, because I think I got shot a second time there. I wasn't shot before. Apparently. Sometimes people have a view into the... God damn it. Have a view into the crates. And the crates are not quite safe to run into. Turns out. It's been a while since the start of the stream. This guy just shot his friends. You know what? Why don't we just, why don't we wrap back around where we started to, talk more about that fucking direct. Goddamn, what a good direct. No. I'll say it's good, you know, there's a lot of stuff there that I was just like, okay, that's not anything, you know, something I don't care about, or just like, you know what, we've been going up this whole time, let's go down for once. Let's go on the lower side of the level. We'll go again. Maybe it's easier to go up from the start. In general. And that's plenty easy. Yikes. That guy just took out so many of his betties. Shit! Well, saved by the light. Oh yeah, this is going good. I mean, I say it's going good. We've taken 2 hits already. And yet, there we go. No quarter. God, I love what they've done with Wonder. Just fucking so in love with it. I do have some real questions and like, I'm not gonna say concerns, but I really don't know like how that Wonder system is gonna play out, you know, level by level, right? Like, is every level going to be basically like, okay, it's just a regular level, and then you have to like collect a certain amount of seeds of the little buddy things to make the big flower appear. Oh fuck, just, okay, don't punch the fire barrels. Lessons learned. This level's nice, it's not that hard. A lot of closed, no open spaces on this one. Is it gonna be a lot of like, like we gotta be close to the end here. Oh yeah, the ship is Fuck! Jesus Christ, the ship is like coming down to a point, so yeah. I don't know like how that's gonna work in every level, and it looks like you get one of the wonders. Here's like my from like watching the trailer too many times, my shower thoughts. Not really shower thought, but like the thing that occurs to me, right? Is there's a bit of the trailer where the Wonder Seed, where Mario finds the Wonder Seed and it stops being like trippy mode. The thing is, after that part, there's another one of those little buddy things, even though it's after where the Wonder section would end. So like, is not every level going to have like a second Wonder section be like have like the second Wonder section be like I know in some levels it looks like the second Wonder Seed is just like from it's just from like the end of the level, right? But maybe that's not going to be the case in every level. Maybe there's going to be levels that have multiple, and maybe that level was one with multiple, or maybe those things do something else. It's also weird that like oh, another thing that's cool. You know, it's another thing that's cool about Wonder. They finally, once and for all, I say once and for all, who knows, once and for all, but they remove score. Fuck you guys! Oh, there's the door. They remove score from the video game, from Mario. And now whenever you do like multiple jumps on someone, it goes like good, great, super, fantastic, excellent, wonderful. Wonderful is the last one. There's like 7 of them. And then presumably it'd be like 1 up after that. But that's like a really cool change, and I actually I big into it. Big into it. Oh shit, we're on the deck of the ship now. How the fuck are like, there's 4 more levels left in this. Oh, there's another ship? Okay, there's another ship after this. Thematically, this looks great. I love seeing like the exterior parts of the thing. Also, this is a rocket launcher guy? Fuck. Well, they don't explode when you just, you know, punch them, so that's good. Oh, and now they're going into the water rather than into the walls of the ship. Oh, that's tragic. That's a damn shame there. We do have to be careful about firing that thing off into walls. Whew. There we go. Abandoned ship. Is this another ship? Oh, maybe this is land. We're on dry land now. Maybe. Is this another ship or is this dry land? This looks like a dock. There's no end to it in sight. There's like planes flying around again. I bet they're gonna drop bombs at some point on us. Actually, that doesn't make that much sense. They don't want to. The last time was a war zone. They were trying to kill. The bombers were trying to kill the people on the ground. You know, same as us. Whereas this time, they don't want to kill these people. Because they're just like, Yeeks! Yo! The last one was too easy. The last one was too easy. We're in for it. We'll say there's like, what? 3 left, including this one? I'm boned. I already took too many hits. Yep. Yep. Huh. Somehow that shotgun shot missed me entirely. That one did not. That one hit me. The one that we were doing just now. Dang it. More use of cover. I think this year, up to this point, has been a pretty slow year. Which one is this, by the way? This is 5, and there's 7. Okay, 3, including this one left. Okay. I think this year has been pretty quiet. You know, somewhat of a slow start to the year. Not that many killer games coming out. If I'm being honest, like, the number of games that I've played this year brand new that I'd be happy to put on my top 5, my top 10 list, would be like 3. Which isn't very many, and at this rate wouldn't be enough, but you know, everyone's definitely announced enough games where I'm now feeling like 100% confident that I won't have like any sort of like, oh, you know, I don't have enough games for my list. Like, no, Wonder's gonna be on the list. Pikmin 4 is gonna be on the list, even if it's like low. I mean, Pikmin 4 could be on the list, I'll say. I'm not like 100% confident about it anymore, considering it's not just an iteration on 3, which I loved. Instead, it's going in like a pretty different direction, which I'm not as sure I'll love as much, but it has a very good chance of it being on the list, given that, but yeah, there's just tons of games now announced, and it is like, we've gone from this year looking like, is there anything really coming out this year? To like, oh, this year looks busy. Like, oh my god, November. Packed. October, packed. You know, there's even like September and August games, aren't there? I should probably look at a calendar and like, really I should be more efficient with like, I should have like a list of, really I should see if Backlogged has any sort of feature that like keeps track of upcoming games that you're like looking forward to, because I could really use something that's like intelligent and like, currently with like upcoming games I just have a list on my phone and that's about the best I can do, but that's not going to tell me when the games come out. That's not going to make it so that I'm aware when they're imminent. And it's good to be aware of such things so that you can like plan ahead of that and know like, okay, well, new game coming in like 2 weeks, you know, plan accordingly, you know? And a lot of these games, a lot of these games I'm gonna want to like do streams of, at least like a first, god damn it, I'm gonna want to do like a first look stream of a lot of these games that are coming out. Like, you best believe there's gonna be a Wonder stream day 1, you know, the first such and such hours of it. Probably not like, I'll say with games like that, games that are like, you know, fuck, oh shit, I somehow came out of that unscathed. Look at me. Games like that, I do think it's fun to start them on stream, see my first impressions, you know, the start of all that, but, you know, let's be real, would I want to do, like, run, or what's the Wonder, entirely on stream? I think the answer is, well, I wouldn't want to schedule every time I play that game, so no. I mean, I guess I could if I, like, changed my schedule entirely, right? If I instead said, okay, every weekday after Run comes out, we're doing a Run stream, or I say run, Jesus. Wonder. I don't know why I'm mixing up the names of like the most promising game and like one of the least. Not that I'll say I'm relatively fond of Run, but you know, obviously it has nothing on Wonder. Whew. Feel like these things should blow up those walls, or that those walls should be like, you know, you could like knock them over or something. Maybe that'd be too powerful, you know. Jesus Christ, these rocket guys, they're getting me. I was already on fire and already lost like at least 1 health there, so not the worst thing in the world, but really what we need to be taking advantage of more maybe is cover, and also making sure to steer clear of fire guys. I notice now they do like a ch-ch, so when you know when they're like getting ready to shoot. Shit. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this. It is pretty late. We started like an hour late today on account of I had some other things. Well, I wanted to set up some things before the stream, is all. These rocket guys, you really can't use them too close to a wall because they'll just blow you up, you know? Ah, damn it! A-holes. These guys are such a-holes, like, holy hell. I already took damage. Somehow that second guy didn't damage me. Ooh, and I somehow used the cover against that guy effectively. That guy, though, not so effective. They make a funny sound if you throw them. Like it's a higher pitch than you'd expect from big guy, big armor. Oh! It's like that. I like to think this is all that it's the same ape across all four discs, and it just has the most atrocious luck in the world. You really have to deal with those rocket guys, or like be somewhere cover. Be somewhere in cover before they shoot. Alright, this guy. Maybe I should be making more use out of human shields more often. Human shields are not going to protect me from rockets, though. Sort of the thing. Go for the rocket guys. Gotta go for the rocket guys. Just shove them into walls, you know, like immediately. I don't have any plans for next week yet, as far as the Thursday stream goes. Anything coming out next week? I will be on vacation, I guess, after next... On, not next Thursday, but, like, next Friday. You know, that'll be my last day of work until, you know, after a couple weeks off, you know. So we could do some sort of big blowout stream next Friday, or indeed, like, you know, practically any day after that point. I need to make more use of human shields. Like, I can just hold this guy. He's not gonna fire, but I can at very least use him to, like, absorb a projectile. But also, the slower I go, the more guys are gonna catch up behind me. It's no good either. Feel like this is the run. Oh, I think we might have done it. I think we're getting to new areas here. We're farther than we've ever been. Yes! There we go! Fuck! God, imagine if that guy had just rocketed us right there. That one guy. What is this called? This level called? Fucking who cares? Can't be more difficult than the last one now, can it? Flamethrower, guys. Rocket guy. Oop, ran through fire. Twice. I guess so long as you're on fire, more fire's not going to hurt you. Which is actually surprisingly nice. You know. Fire is scary, but... Fuck! How close were we? Pretty damn close for a first try. This is called a wreck, this one. Hardly knew her. The sounds of them just like screaming is funny. But the guy just... I guess I threw him into his own fire. I think this game has best-in-class carnage. You know what I mean? Like, it has the best-in-class as far as, like, any game where you run around just, like, wreak havoc. This game is, like, the best of that genre, of that's, like, domain. And the style, and the music, it all just works so well together, and it's just, like, sublime. Glad that guy set Got set on fire. Feel like that guy's... Woo. Yikes. I think that guy got burned by the other guy. God damn, that was close. 2 levels left, folks. And we'll, raid out. Oh, that wasn't as close, but that was still most of the way through the level. Those guys didn't... That guy didn't die when he got hit by the other guy, but they both got carried into the ocean. Make sure they embrace, you know? Fucking rocket guys! Gotta watch out for those. Go topside. Oh, well, can't. God! You really have to hit the rocket guys, like, if you miss, it's just over. That was fast. I wonder if there's like non-lethal. Is it possible to do this game non-lethally? It'd be hard, but it's not like the... I bet it would be possible. I mean, you could grab a lot of people and then just, like, release them and let them get all disoriented. You know, that would stop them from shooting at you. Would that be good enough to, like, keep you safe? You know, from being killed? I don't know about that, but it's possible. Oh? Where's the door? Where's the... No! 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 I got hit by a car. Oh. Oh, good. It's just an outro. Oh, hey. we're freeing all the animals now. Fuck you guys. All the other animals are gonna join me. And we're gonna, like, kill all the people. Join me, elephant. I forgot about this outro altogether. That's cool. Hey, buddy. Is that a tranquilizer gun? These guys have tranquilizer guns. That's... Hello. Last level here. The outro. I guess this is part of disc 4. I don't know. If I were doing this, I would say maybe this should be its own disc. What the fuck? Whoa! Kind of looks like I'm leapfrogging forward now. Like a frog. Ooh. Nah, that's just the push animation. Just looks funny because I got a little bit tranquilized. Just a little bit though. Hide behind rocks. Fuck. Okay. There's Jobs' Charm. You know, this would be a great... This would have been a great game to do with like a limited tries left gimmick. But I didn't think to do that, so I didn't. You know, it's fine. Not everything has to be the same idea, you know? Sometimes it's just fun to play a game, no matter how many tries it takes. I will say I'm not like... It's been a while since we did the last one of those that was not like Mario Maker viewer levels, you know, which I think was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Did that with like 5 lives per, and then switching sides every time I ran out. That was a cool conceit, but I don't know. It's not like it's something I want to do every... It doesn't have to be like I don't have to do like a million variations of that, you know? I guess that is the nature of like the content. Of like content generation. It's like you do a thing and then you do a million spins off it, you know? You're like, okay, well this time we're doing this. And it's basically the same thing you know that you like, except it's a little bit different. In a couple of meaningful ways. Like this time it's this game rather than that game. Bastard. Shot me twice. Oh, I think this is the end. Ha Ooh. God damn, that's great. We went through that whole entire game, huh? Like I said at the start, I wasn't sure. Like, if I was gonna do the whole thing in one go. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do, like, just one level, and then, like, maybe poke the head in the other 3. But goddamn, that was good. And, turns out it's short enough where you can do it all in one session, actually. That's lovely. That's wonderful. Goddamn, what a game. Remember how 2 hours ago we were doing Diablo and banging our heads against the wall? I was banging my head against the wall? You probably don't remember. That was 2 hours ago. I barely remember. Still, that was fun. Hope y'all enjoyed that. Hope people later watching the VOD enjoy watching this complete playthrough of you know, this lovely game. God damn, it's stylish. Look at these credits. They're really something. Such style, such jazzy energy. God damn. I can't stop the credits. We gotta watch these whole credits because they're good. They're kind of just single. I'm not sure, like... Okay, it's like relatives, loved ones. We don't need to know their last names. Or even sometimes they're like actual names, like Pa is just the dad. Rico. So close to Mario. Vic. Nisha. Chris. Missy. Yep, those are names. How many more names you reckon they got? Okay, here we go. Incubator fam. But the buds. Perfect. The fine folks at Devolver. Look at those. Them folk at Devolver. They did good. Tinsley PR. Maybe that's a company. Cosmo Cover. Another company, probably. Indigo Pearl. It could also be bands. These also could be bands or performers. Doug Johns. Game Nuts. Game Nuts. Porting by 22nd Century Toys. Hell yeah. Ape Out. It's good. God damn, I've had that on my list of games I wanted to play for a while. I'm happy to have found a stream to just play it. You know, with a reasonable conceit of like, yeah, well, it's kind of top-down, kind of like Diablo IV, so let's pair the two. And I didn't expect to play through the entire thing, but it's you know, the right length for that to be possible, and also, goddamn, you know, it's so goddamn good. It's hard to put down. What a game! I will say, for those curious, yeah, there's Disc 4N. I will note, if anyone's wondering, like, well, that's it? That seems like a shame. That there's only, like, 2 hours of content, roughly. Or, you know, maybe more. There's also arcade mode, which... What does it do? What does arcade mode do? Arcade mode might be like you have to play the thing entirely, and if you die, you start over from the start. What do those things in the upper right mean? Doesn't matter. I think arcade mode is like you play it from the start, and if you die, you die, and you have to... You know, it's like a whole... It's not level-based at that point, but instead just like a entire thing. There's also a harder mode where you can do like the thing again, but like in harder modes, and you can see that I haven't actually done the harder modes because you know what? They're too hard for me. Too hard for me. There's also break-in. I think break-in is like an infinite mode. Let me just confirm. I think you run first off, you go right to left. Second off, it's infinite. I think is the thing. And I'll just show this for like 2 seconds. Oh, I guess maybe it is an infinite. That actually looks finite. But it's not part of the main story. We saw credits. The game is over. We saw credits. This was like DLC that they add later. We saw credits. The game is completed. We did it all in one session. Folks, let me go ahead and pull up the schedule. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central for Super Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, as I do. And then next week I'll be back on Monday at 8 p.m. Central, and we'll be replaying Hat in Time. I will say of Hat in Time, we have just like we have very little left in that game. We just have like one timepiece outside of the first DLC level, and then we have to do the entire first DLC level, which isn't that long, isn't as long as Yakuza, I believe. Which I know that's confusing that the second DLC is actually, you can actually go there first in the actual, like, you know, campaign when doing an actual playthrough of it, but whatever. we'll be ending on Seal the Deal. That'll be a whole thing on next Monday. A Seal the Deal focus finale to that Hat in Time playthrough, and also viewer levels tomorrow again. Check it out. Let me see who's streaming. Gonna go with Dread Rob. Not sure what Dread Rob is up to. I don't know what that game is. Looks like some sort of like survival game, you know, like Rust or something. I'm gonna go ahead and lay in the raid. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the stream on my end so I can see it go through. Oh, it is Rust. It is Rust. Turn down the volume so y'all can't hear until I send you off. Okay, folks. That's gonna do it for tonight. This was, I called this a little top-down tear, and I think we did go on a top-down tear indeed. You know, we did play a lot of all these games, and, you know, they turned out pretty well. We beat Ape Out, and also we didn't beat a dungeon in Diablo IV, but we did get a bunch of levels and experience and loot and such, and at the end of the day, isn't that all that matters? I'll see y'all tomorrow for viewer levels. Y'all have a good rest of your night, and have a good Friday, you know, day. Bye, folks.